Division to feel the wrath of the Royals. Kansas City has won 63% of their divisional matchups, but it's the record against the rest of Major League Baseball that has knocked them out of the chances of hoping to repeat for a national title. Now coming up, we head back to Minnesota. Anthony LaPanta takes us on a trip around the majors for a look at the headlines down the final stretch.
North is presented by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. By Ram. Get power you can depend on at Ram Power Days. And by Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine for the everyday competitor in all of us.
Twins have won just 3 of 16 head-to-head meetings with the Royals this season. 3-game series at Kauffman Stadium in KC starts tonight. Inside Mall of America studio, I'm Anthony LaPanta. Minnesota has not fared well against last year's Central Division champs. They fared much better against the Cleveland Indians, but that didn't stop the Indians from winning the division last night. Cleveland clinched the AL Central for the first time since 2007. They had been in the playoffs only one time since then. Coco Crisp had an early 2-run home run. Andrew Miller won his 10th game in relief for the Indians as they beat the Tigers by a final of 7-4 to clinch the AL Central. Exciting night for the Indians, an emotional night in Miami. All Marlins players wore the number 16 in honor of Jose Fernandez, who was killed over the weekend in a boating accident. Maybe the most emotional moment of the night. D. Gordon hit from the right-hander's batter's box for the first pitch to pay honor to Fernandez, who was a right-handed hitter, then moved to the left side and with help from above hit one into the seats. His first home run of the season. Marlins, after the game, circled the mound, saying they were going to share one last moment with Fernandez. Emotional night for Miami, no doubt. Marlins did win the game. Twins and the Royals will open the series in Kansas City with Jose Barrios on the mound. Dick Bramer and Bert Weileven with more on the pitching matchup next.
from Kansas City, the beginning of the final series between the Twins and the Kansas City Royals, and the Royals have, quite frankly, owned the Twins over the last 2 years, and the Twins will hope to finish strong here this final week on the road. And we welcome you to Kauffman Stadium. Dick and Bert with you for the last week of the regular season. And Jose Barrios making the start for the Twins, and the Twins just want to see progress in what might be his last start of the year.
Yeah, you know what? He pitched very good in that 3-inning rainout that he was scheduled to start against the Tigers. And he seemed to relax in that last inning as a 1-2-3 inning. They're hoping that he can carry that into tonight's start. Yes, the numbers are not very good. What they want him to do is take a deep breath, enjoy the moment, and hopefully get that ball over the plate consistently and keep the club in the game.
Penciled in to pitch the season finale Sunday in Chicago. His mound opponent tonight, right-hander Ian Kennedy.
Yeah, Ian Kennedy making his 5th start against the Twins this year. He has been tough. His opening assignment as a Kansas City Royals back in April, he pitched against the Twins 7 shutout innings in a shutout win for the Royals. This guy is sneaky fast. They're going to have to be really good tonight.
In Minnesota, it's a long, cold winter. In Puerto Rico, it's just a long winter. And Barrios would like to head into the offseason with an encouraging performance tonight against the defending world champions. Drives it to deep left center field. It is gone, a home run. Dozier's done it again.
How about Brian
to the Kansas City Royals. Brian Dozier with a 3-home run game, 1 in each deck. An incredible year for Brian Dozier, 42 home runs, 11 of them against the Royals, and he's got one more chance to improve on that total. Beautiful night here at Kauffman Stadium, and we expect good weather throughout the 3 games here in Kansas City. Talked with Paul Molitor before the game today. He said A little over 20 years ago, he got his 3,000th hit here, but he walks into this ballpark and does not think about it very often. His historic milestone hit occurring here at this ballpark. The Menards batting order has Brian Dozier leading off, and Robbie Grossman batting second. Max Kepler, Miguel Sano, Logan Schaefer, Eduardo Escobar, Juan Centeno, Byron Buxton slides up to 8th with James Beresford hitting 9th.
And it'll be 31-year-old Ian Kennedy on the mound here tonight, making his 32nd start, his 5th against the Twins. 3-0 this year. We showed you the numbers in our open. 2.31 ERA, 23 1/3 innings, 6 earned runs allowed. So he's pitched very well in his first season for the Royals, looking for his 12th win of the year.
And Dozier and the Twins hoping to finish strong on the road here. 3 in Kansas City, then 3 in Chicago. Northland Ford defense for the Royals. Gold Glover Alex Gordon is in left. Gerard Dyson in center. Paulo Orlando in right. Chesler Cuthbert, Alcides Escobar, Whit Merrifield, and Eric Hosmer, the infielders. And The Rock behind the plate. I think he would take that as a complimentary
yes,
term.
He is a rock.
Salvador Perez, who means so much to this Kansas City team. And he will, I'm guessing, catch all 3 games. Drew Butera, I talked with him before the game. He's the backup catcher. So we're gonna see in this last series? No, I don't know. It's not up to me.
Yeah, you're looking at me now. Enjoy it.
Here's Ian Kennedy. And yeah, around about the All-Star break, there was a lot of concern about the Royals committing so much money and so many years to Ian Kennedy. Had start on July 20th. Short start, 4 1/3 innings, 7 innings, another poor start after that. And then since then, he's been really, really good.
Yeah, his last 11 starts, he has been outstanding. And it's Brian Dozier back on September 5th that started that ball game off in the bottom of the first with a home run off of Kennedy. The 1 of 2 he hit that day off of Kennedy.
Dozier.
It's kind of a rematch between Kennedy and Barrios. They both started back in Minnesota on that date, September 5th.
Perez sets up outside again. And if Brian sees any fastballs in the inner half of the plate, Ned Yost will not be a happy man.
Well, one thing Kennedy has, he has excellent control. And Perez again sitting outside. And the breaking ball missing outside.
2-1. Grossman on deck. Twins have beaten the Royals just 3 times in 16 games. Swing and a miss, and the season series, both for Dozier and the Twins, kind of is the epitome of what's happened this year. Dozier having a career year and 11 home runs against the Royals, but the Twins have won just 3 of the games. That's almost incomprehensible. And he takes up and away 3-2.
Well, it comes down to pitching. Twins have not pitched well against the Royals. You can see the Twins in the Central Division, how they have fared not very well.
5 times against the Twins, the Royals have scored 10 or more runs. Swing and a miss. And Dozier strikes out.
Good off-speed pitch right there after a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. He comes back with an 87-mile-an-hour changeup. Kennedy has 4 very good pitches. Good changeup right there. Fastball not overpowering. Again, he'll hit his spots when he is on. He'll mix in a curveball and then the slider like a cut fastball.
Here's Robbie Grossman, who's really been swinging it well from the left side of the plate. All year long, he's hit the ball much better from the right side of the plate, but he has really been blistering the ball from the left side of the plate. The season average just 234, but he's had a 4-hit game from this side of the plate and a 3-hit game in the homestand from the left side of the plate. 1-1. Grossman, the designated hitter. Joe Mauer not in the lineup tonight. Kenny Vargas not in the lineup tonight. 1-2.
Talking to hitters about Kennedy, sneaky fast. He's got a very smooth delivery, has a little hesitation over the pitching rubber. He'll turn his hip a little bit and then set up and explode toward home.
To right field, and it cost him a bat, but Grossman gets another hit from the left side of the plate. Sounded like he hit it right off the end of the bat.
That was a breaking ball right there. Good piece of hitting by Grossman. Watch the breaking ball down about thigh high. And Grossman hitting it into right center for the Twins' first hit.
And that'll bring up Kepler. Kepler moving into the third spot in the batting order. Strike called over the inside corner. Swing and a miss. And it's 0-2. Kepler facing Kennedy for the first time. Fifth start of the year for Kennedy against the Twins.
Yeah, his latest start back on September 5th. Worked 5 1/3 innings, gave up 4 runs, 3 of them off the bat of Brian Dozier, the 2 home runs. That changeup just missing right there. Another fastball, excuse me. He had 1 start against the Twins back in May that he went only 3 1/3 innings, but there was that 40-minute rain delay. He did not come back after that rain delay.
1-2 to Kepler. And they're trying to get Kepler to chase upstairs, and he has now even the count 2-2. With Miguel Sano on deck.
Kennedy's done a very good job against left-handed hitters this year. Left-handed hitters hitting only .221. And opponents hitting just .238 overall.
Fouled back where he's really improved. Pitching with men in scoring position, giving up just a .195 batting average with men in scoring position. There you can see the splits are both frankly very good, but a lot of home runs allowed. But he's
cut that down.
Cut that down recently. 2-2 to Kepler. Foul back again.
Yeah, his first 19 starts, he allowed 26 home runs. But over his last 12 starts, he's allowed only 5. And again, over his last 11 starts, very, very good numbers. 5-1 with a 2.36 ERA. 7 of the 11 starts quality starts. 2 of those wins, the 5 wins coming against the Twins.
Breaking ball missing low, and now Kepler's run the count full. Royals starting these games in September, weeknight games, not Friday night, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, an hour early to accommodate kids who are want to come watch the ball game and get home at a more decent time for school tomorrow.
I think it's a great concept.
Full count. Runner goes and the pitch popped back. And so we'll be playing, if you're wondering why we're on so already, we'll be playing same time tomorrow and Thursday. They do it also in April.
Well, you think about it. I mean, here's 6:15 start. You know, if it's a 3-hour ball game, and that's about the average of what it takes, kids can still get in bed, hopefully, if they don't live too far, by 10:30
right,
for school the next day.
3-2 to Kepler on the last pitch. Grossman took off. And he goes again and swung on a miss, and Perez with a throw. And Escobar did a great job keeping that ball in the infield. Grossman steals second base, but Escobar, we've seen so many times an errant throw from the catcher skip into center field. That was a heck of a play by Escobar.
Well, this has not happened too often. You know, Perez has thrown out 46% of potential base stealers, and that ball kind of drifted towards second base. So Grossman, see a good throw, probably gets him, but the throw offline. So Grossman gets a stolen base as Kepler strikes out. For Grossman, his second stolen base in 5 attempts.
Sano with a chance. A man is in scoring position. We told you earlier about how tough Kennedy's been with men at second and third, and Sano takes a strike at the knees. Sano 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts against Kennedy. Fastball over the inside corner and a swing and a miss. Schaefer's got really good numbers against Kennedy, hitting behind Sano here. See how it plays out here this week. Sano in the lineup and at third base. We'll see how many times that is the case here in the final 6 games. Down and away, just missed 2-1, or excuse me, 2-1 and 2.
Yeah, Dick, you mentioned Kennedy's 31 years old, signing that 5-year deal. He does have an opt-out in his contract after the 2017 season if he wants out. But that's when really all the money starts kicking in.
Swing and a miss. And Kennedy strikes out the side. Grossman singles. He's left at second base. Rios to the mound, hoping to on his next to last start. There's nothing guaranteed that he'll start Sunday, but he will face tonight this Menards batting order. Gerard Dyson, followed by Whit Merrifield, Eric Hosmer, Kendrys Morales, Salvador Perez, Alex Gordon, Paulo Orlando, Alcides Escobar, and Chesler Cuthbert.
And Rios on the mound looking for his 3rd major league win, making his 13th major league start. This is his 3rd start against the Kansas City Royals. He's worked a total of 9 innings. He's given up 14 hits, 5 walks.
And Dyson aboard, and a first pitch strike. Officially, the innings never happened, but the Twins hoped that they saw some signs of improvement with Rios in his last start, going 3 innings before the rain came and the game was postponed.
Yeah,
struggled in the first inning,
right.
Walked the bases full, got through that, then had a better second inning and a clean 3rd.
Yeah, the only thing is he threw 63 pitches in those 3 innings. So I think when you have a fastball like he has, and then a hard breaking ball, but you have to get ahead with the fastball, make him hit the fastball early, keep the pitch count down.
2-1. And fouled away 2-2. We saw in his most recent start that never happened, reliance on the fastball, trying to establish that, and there's nothing wrong with that as long as he can throw it over the plate and then mix in his other stuff, get ahead of hitters, all the things they preached for 150 years.
Right.
That's chopped.
That's trouble. Hurry up.
Rios guns it.
Wow. Nobody had a chance except him right there, because Dyson can really get down that line. And you know, with Sano playing back, it's the pitcher Barrios that has the only chance, and he jumped off that mound. and did a great job right here to follow through. He gets over there quickly, getting the good hop, and then throws about a 100-mile-an-hour fastball over to first base. So a nice defensive play by Berríos, getting the speedy Dyson.
And it was nice. The guy's 23 years old. Pitcher made a fielding play, and the whole infield didn't have to come to the mound and give him a chance to catch his breath. These finely tuned, conditioned pitchers fouled back just beneath us. Well, it's just one out, but that's a nice thing to see. You know, Paul Molitor said today, look, we think this guy's going to pitch in the big leagues a long time. You'd like to see things like holding runners on, making fielding plays. If the guy's going to be around a long while, it's nice that he can fundamentally execute out there. 2 strikes now to Merrifield.
Well, I think we all see the potential in Berríos. It's just a matter if he can be consistent up here. Just too many base runners. He's worked a total of 48 2/3 innings, 99 base runners. That's almost 2 base runners per inning. So
Up.
one thing I have not seen him do consistently is work down in the strike zone. Even that pitch right there, head in the count, it's kind of a wasted pitch up. You're ahead in the count right here. You want to bury that ball on the other side of home plate.
Near second base, Dozier puts that away. 2 down. So the whole notion of having a 1-2-3 inning has been a tough thing for Berríos to accomplish. Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Schaefer in left, Buxton in center, Kepler in right. Sano, Escobar, Dozier, Beresford the infielders, and Centeno behind the plate. Sano making the start at third base, and of course he hasn't seen any time in the outfield at all since he's come back from the disabled list.
I don't think the Twins want him out there.
Hosmer takes inside, ball 1. Hosmer with, as you see, 100 runs batted in.
That is a career high. Last year he had 93 runs batted in with the world champion Royals.
Over the inside corner. 11 pitches, 7 strikes. A baby step, but one of the cleanest first innings so far we've seen Berríos pitch. And a breaking ball down and in. Fouled away. Changeup on 2-1, and he got a foul ball for strike 2. With 2 strikes, Sano will swing over to the right side of the infield.
Yeah, Centeno catching Berríos here tonight. Centeno now moving inside, and a ball up and in. Both these young men from Puerto Rico, they're good friends. Of course, Centeno caught Berríos in the minor leagues. Another fastball.
And a foul back.
And you can already see what Neil Allen's really trying to get him to do is stay over that pitching rubber a little bit longer. That's why he has him now going over his head. Every fastball has been basically belt high and up. There's a good pitch down, gets a ground ball.
And a 1-2-3 first inning for Berríos, and a scoreless first here in Kansas City. Sano on the position player side. And Barrios had a 1-2-3 first inning, and now the Twins will bat in the second, starting with Logan Schafer.
Yeah, what's nice about the 1-2-3 inning, Dick, is only 16 pitches too. You know, sometimes we'll see the 25 plus in an inning, so good inning for Barrios.
Schafer, Escobar, and Centeno facing Ian Kennedy.
Kennedy, on the other hand, had 23 pitches in the first inning.
Struck out 3 men, gave up a base hit and a stolen base. Schafer, 4 for 8 with a home run. He's only had 5 big league home runs, and one of them came against Ian Kennedy.
Yeah, that's when he was with the Milwaukee Brewers.
Swing and a foul, 1-1. Foul back, 1-2. Last time the Twins faced Kennedy at Target Field earlier this month, 5 1/3 innings, 9 hits, 4 runs, couple of home runs from Dozier, and sense that they were maybe had their best game against him this year. See if they can build off of that, yeah, albeit with a different lineup.
You got a lot of run support. Royals ended up winning what, 11-5 in that ball game.
There have been a lot of those, as we mentioned. 10-0, 10-3, 11-5, 11-4, 10-4. One and 2 to Logan Schafer. And Schafer takes about half of Kennedy's pitches in the first inning came in the Kepler at bat. And now Schafer trying to put together a good at bat here to start the second.
Yeah, Schafer more of a line drive type hitter. As you mentioned, Dick, not much power.
On the ground. Nice backhanded play by Merrifield, and Schafer by a step is retired. Hard two hopper for the first out of the second inning. Time now for tonight's Toyota Key Stat. And since July 30th, Ian Kennedy is winning the ERA title in the American League.
Yeah, over 11 starts, you see the very good earned run average of Kennedy. Guy that won 21 ball games for the Arizona Diamondbacks back in 2011. That's his best season, 21-4 in 33 starts for the Diamondbacks.
Escobar 4 for 12 against Kennedy. Jorge Polanco getting a game out of the starting lineup. We would expect Polanco to play most of the rest of the way. And I asked Paul Molitor about that today in his meeting with the media about how important it is. Pitch is up, and it's 1-1 for the likes of Polanco and Kepler and Buxton to play through all the way to the end. Not so much for the physical conditioning, but the mental conditioning, because so many of these guys, when they were in the minor leagues, were done by now. And he says it's very important, you know, to tax yourself mentally to keep focused till the end of September in the hopes that next year or beyond, you know, there'll be October baseball.
Yeah, I think a little bit more for Kepler, only because Polanco will go down and they'll play winter ball.
Right.
You know, they play pretty much year round, but you know, the Keplers that went from, you know, from April to the first part of September, this little extra 3 weeks, 4 weeks is very important for him.
2-2 to Escobar. Fouled back. 2016 will end for Escobar like so many of them have ended, where, you know, his status for next year with the Twins, where he will play, a little bit up in the air. He came into this year as the starting shortstop, but right now, at least in the second half of the year, Polanco's been playing there. There's a little flare dumped over the head of Cuthbert for a base hit.
I think it's important for Escobar to really finish well. I know you only have 6 games left, but it's not been the season I think that people expected. Of course, he got hurt earlier this year. That kind of opened the door for Nunez to take over for short. And then Polanco comes around, but Escobar's always been a good clubhouse presence. He's, you know, last year he hit 262, hit a lot of doubles. A couple years ago he hit 275, and that base hit right there might got the average up in the 230s, high 230s.
And now Centeno. Out of left center field and down for a hit. That's going to run all the way to the warning track. Escobar to third. He's being waved around. And Escobar's throw to the plate not in time. And Juan Centeno has that alley to left center field. We've seen him get so many doubles there. And this double drives in the first run of the game.
Yeah, good speed by Escobar, too, running the base as well. He noticed right off the get-go that that ball was not going to be caught. So jumping on to first pitch, Centeno driving it into that gap in left center. And Escobar right now at second base, so when he spins around to go to third, he pick up that third base coach, Gene Glenn. And he slides across home plate for the first run of the ball game. For Centeno, his 10th double, driving in his 23rd run.
And now Byron Buxton. Buxton chops it foul, hitting .288 in September. And he continues, or hopes to continue, having a better finish to the season than start to the season. Season average just up to .220. And outside 1-1.
Well, 3 different stints this year with the Twins for Byron Buxton. Started the season with the Twins down in late April, optioned out, then recalled the end of May, and then optioned out again in August. I think all Twin fans hope that that's it. He will wear that uniform from here on out at the major league level.
2-1.
Kennedy coming off a start against the Indians just 5 days ago, where he gave up a season high 10 hits in 5 2/3 innings. Took the loss in a 4-3 loss to the Indians.
Swing on this on the fastball, 2-2.
The numbers in his last start.
Indians were on a roll back then. They still are. Got kind of a creative lineup tonight against the Tigers after their clinch last night. Buxton flips it foul. Beresford on deck.
Kennedy throwing a lot of pitches. It'll be pitch number 42. Trying to get the second out here.
Fastball got him. Another strikeout for Kennedy. 2 down.
Strikeout number 4.
That'll bring up James Beresford.
Well, this is a pitch you want to lay off. You can see exactly where Perez wanted that ball, and that's where that ball was, up in the zone. And Buxton swinging through that high fastball.
Command of your fastball goes beyond throwing balls and strikes. It's where within and without the strike zone you locate it. Beresford takes an off-speed pitch outside ball 1.
Well, one thing, Kennedy's always been a strikeout pitcher throughout his career. Almost 1,500 innings pitched at the major league level. He's averaged about 8.4 strikeouts per 9 innings. And about 3 walks.
Fouled away, now 0-2. Or excuse me, 1-1. Twins will face left-handed starting pitching at least for the next 2 games. They'll run into a lefty or 2 or maybe 3 in Chicago as well. But Beresford getting the start here. Probably won't start the next couple games against left-handers.
Beresford in 3 hits in 14 at-bats. One of the hits a double.
1-1. Popped up near the Twins dugout, and Cuthbert drifts to the railing and makes the catch. That wraps up the second inning, but back-to-back hits in the inning, including Centeno's double, and the Twins have the lead.
The Twins have taken the 1-0 lead over the Royals as we head into the bottom of the second inning. Tonight is the third start for Jose Berrios since he debuted a new windup earlier this month against the Mets. Earlier today, I talked to pitching coach Neil Allen about how long it takes for an adjustment like that to become a routine habit for a pitcher. And he said if it was only a matter of the element of raising his hands over his head for lower half balance, it would only be about a month. But it's the arm travel that's the problem. It was going east to west before. Now they want it north to south, because before he was giving away too much of his grip. You could see what pitch he was about to throw. That takes time. He says it's going to be all about how diligent he is this winter. He obviously has tonight to work on it, but guys, earlier today, Paul Molitor said he wasn't 100% sure if Jose was going to get another start. He's scheduled for Sunday, but we'll see if that happens. Guys?
All right, thank you, Audra. And now 3-0 to Kendrys Morales leading off the second.
Yeah, sometimes I have seen Berrios just kind of push that ball away outside. There's a better fastball there, better follow through, and sometimes it's just a matter of working out front with that wrist that really brings that ball toward the inner half of a left-handed hitter.
3-1. To right center, Buxton traveling to the gap, hauling it in, one away. You know, it would seem to me or anybody else who's not been out there that it's asking a lot of a pitcher, because what you're talking about with command is muscle memory, right? But if you're changing your mechanics, and Berrios has thrown that way, you know, ever since he was, you know, signed out of Puerto Rico, and now in the middle of a season you're tinkering with the mechanics. It's hard to have muscle memory, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think what he's doing out of the windup is something that I know I myself did, and a lot of pitchers back then did. For some reason, Berrios looks like he's comfortable going over his head like that, getting to the balance point, allowing the arm to catch up. And that's a big thing that Neil Allen is really trying to get him to do, because before he just kind of do the like Kyle Gibson does, and then, you know, the arm was already back when his foot hit the ground.
2-0.
Where here what he's trying to do out of the windup is try to get him to over that pitching rubber. Talked about Ian Kennedy, where he does a good job of staying over that pitching rubber with a little bit of a hip turn, allows the arm to catch up.
Popped up to Dozier, and Berrios has fallen behind another veteran Kansas City hitter and come back to get him on a pop-up.
Yeah, you know that 1-2-3 inning. Now this is 51 innings pitched for Berrios. That was only the 9th time he's had a 1-2-3 inning. And he's got a chance to do it again right here.
There's Alex Gordon, who's had a profoundly disappointing year. He's had more injuries this year, but of course he was a free agent after the World Series victory, and the Royals stepped up. Gordon conceded maybe a little bit that he to what he might have gotten in the free agent market. They worked out an extension, but this has not worked out real well so far. Just 38 runs batted in. And Berríos falls behind again with the fastball.
If you could just be that little guy on his left shoulder to say, stay back a little bit longer, allow your arm to come through down in the zone like that. That missed down and away, but still better arm angle on that last one.
Fell behind Morales 3-0, got him. Fell behind Perez 2-0, got him, and now it's 2-0 again to Gordon. Fly ball, center field. And Buxton hardly has to move. Well, he's put 3 veteran hitters in hitters counts, and he managed to retire them all in the second. North is presented by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. Beautiful night here at one of the most beautiful ballparks in the major leagues, Kauffman Stadium. And neither team going to the postseason this year. Dozier will lead things off. He struck out swinging his first time up.
Yeah, Brian going through a little bit of a mini slump right now. Just 3 hits in his last 25 at-bats. Make that 26 at-bats.
Fly to right on the first pitch. Orlando puts it away, 1 down.
You wonder if that 100 runs batted in is in the back of his mind. You know, he has scored 101 runs. He's hit 42 home runs. Maybe trying to do a little bit too much. Even in that last homestand, he had chances to drive in a run and popped up a couple balls.
Well, earlier we talked about stretching it out and playing to the very end. That was Dozier's 600th at bat. And Paul Molitor said, you know, you have 600 at bats, you're going to have 2-week slumps.
Right.
And that might be just what Brian's going through. Here's Grossman. And a strike.
Well, last thing you want to do is have a slump at the end of the year. You know what I mean? I mean, do it during the summer, you know, when you might, you know, have a chance to pick it up. You don't want to end on a sour note.
Finish the season 7 for 13 in your last series. Down and away, 1-1. Well, we're going to have our best broadcast of the year here in this final road trip. 3 here in Kansas City, 3 in Chicago.
That's why we keep doing it. We're trying to find that right.
So we're going to keep going until we get it right.
Broadcast. Yep.
It's only been 22 years. Baby steps, just like Berríos, right?
Short-term, long-term goals.
Another 22 years and we'll have it figured out. 2-1. And outside, 3-1.
You know, we saw Berríos that, you know, we talk about that long arm, and Ian Kennedy almost the opposite. He's the kind of pitcher I think that Corey Kluber is. Just a quick arm. You see, it's not an overpowering fastball at 93, but you'll see swings that are a little bit tardy because the ball jumps on you. See what it is as far as Grossman looking at Kennedy. What's he get here?
And he's just taking a walk. Now Grossman's on base percentage is going to go up tonight because he's already got a single and a walk. 2017 season tickets are on sale, and you can choose from a full season, partial season, or the ever popular flex plan. All season ticket packages include membership in Sweet Spot, the Twins season ticket benefits and rewards program. Go to twinsbaseball.com or call 612-375-7454. Grossman at board. Now here's Kepler, who went down swinging after a long at bat in the first. Grossman entered the game with a .385 on base percentage. If he had a full season worth of that, he would be 6th in the American League, behind Mike Trout, David Ortiz, Josh Donaldson, Jose Altuve, and Miguel Cabrera.
Pretty good names right there.
Well, here's a bouncer to second. It's probably going to end the inning. That is pretty good company, and it's one of the few things that has gone right for the Twins. Maybe not on an everyday basis, but they may have found their 4th outfielder. Rios has been perfect. 2 ground ball outs, 4 fly ball outs, but in the second inning he fell behind all 3 batters at least 2-0.
That last 4 batters he has fallen behind an account, so see if he can get strike 1 here on Orlando.
Here's Orlando, and ball 1.
You know, that double play that Kepler hit into, that was only his 2nd double play he's hit into this year in 109 games.
Yeah. And in the hole, Escobar will have no chance. First hit goes to Orlando. A chopper over the head of Sano. Sinking fastball. Berríos put it in a good spot, but Orlando put it in play.
Yeah, you know what? You keep making good pitches, and, you know, this is going to happen right here. No chance to get Orlando. Escobar should have put that in his back pocket because of Orlando's speed. So the speedster on first base.
And now Escobar with Berríos moving into the stretch.
Royals like to run. They have 116 stolen bases on the year. They've been caught 33 times. And Orlando at first base, he's stolen 14 in 16 attempts.
Short lead by Orlando. and way out in front of the 79 mile per hour offering.
Well, it's a good pitch to him because we've talked before about Escobar. He's a first ball fastball hitter. He doesn't walk much. He's up there swinging the bat. So they start him off with a breaking ball.
And now a fastball missing inside.
Escobar has only walked 27 times, 2 intentional in 616 at bats.
Long hold and a double play grounder. 6-4-3. Just like that, Barrios covers up the leadoff single.
Pitcher's best friend right there. 4th double play turn behind Barrios.
Carsoup.com trivia question. We're going to go 6 for 6.
Okay.
Let's look at tonight's question first before we proclaim that. Prior to this season, who are the last 2 Hall of Fame players to manage a 100-loss team? Well, Ted Williams managed some really bad Washington Senators teams and Texas Ranger teams. Frank Robinson managed some bad Cleveland teams. I don't know about the Giants. Managed the Orioles for a while. But now that year that the Orioles lost, what, their first 19 games or something like that? That was actually started by Cal Ripken Sr., I believe. And if I remember right, Frank Robinson succeeded him. Inside, 2-1. Ryan Sandberg didn't have a real fun time with the Phillies. Popped up left side. And Escobar calls for it.
Yep.
And Barrios faces the minimum through 3. Is presented by Northland Ford. Visit northlandford.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. What's yours? Miguel Sano will lead off the 4th for the Twins. A strikeout victim his first time up. And for Sano, the 170th strikeout of the year in 414 at bats.
Well, both starters had a good 3rd inning. Both starters needed only 9 pitches to get the 3 outs. And I think more important for Kennedy than Barrios. Kennedy now with 54 pitches in the first 3 innings.
Breaking ball hits the corner.
Where Barrios has only 36 pitches in his 3 innings.
Sano, Schaefer, and Escobar on the Twins' 4th. One and one. people who've been in the Royals organization the last few years. What's the difference this year from the last two when they went to the World Series? They will tell you injuries. They were, for the most part, healthy. They lost Greg Holland last year, but they had such a deep bullpen. They covered that up well. But they were healthy with their key players, and that's not been the case this year.
Yeah, Moustakas, you know, he got injured early. Now Kane is done for the season, they say, and you know his personality. Both of them very fiery type players, and
they lost.
You missed that.
They lost Alex Gordon and Mike Moustakas on one play. Now Gordon came back, Moustakas didn't. A collision over by the tarp down the left field line. Sano lifts it foul. This is over by the tarp on the right field line here. And then you look at the teams that are going to the playoffs and how critical injuries are now. Wilson Ramos lost for the year, torn ACL in his right knee, the same knee that buckled on him a couple years ago. 2-2 to Sano. Up and in 3-2. And the Nationals also certainly have question marks regarding Strasburg, Daniel Murphy, Bryce Harper, but the one thing they know is they will not have Wilson Ramos behind the plate. Tap foul. Now in Ramos's case, it's particularly painful and difficult because he was going to enter a very soft catching free agent market this year.
But you saw the numbers, hitting over 300, a 22 run or home runs. So
full count to Sano. And a called third strike. Miguel Sano thought it was ball 4.
A pitcher's pitch, fastball down and away. One thing Kennedy can do, talked about his control. Good with the fastball. Sano still doesn't like it. Let's see what Fox Track says.
No.
That's a good pitch right there.
Oh,
pitcher's
come on.
pitch.
It was outside.
Nope. Good pitch.
It was out. Fox Tracks had it outside the.
It doesn't matter what Fox
Track. Well, it
what
does
did the
now
home plate umpire say?
Fox Tracks is presented by Ram, so it does definitely does matter.
Strikeout number 5 for Kennedy.
Mike Molinsky has no connection to Ram, one of our sponsors. Fox Tracks does, and so I believe Fox Tracks.
You keep believing as Sano walked back to the dugout.
Here's Schaefer. 2-0. Schaefer bounced to second, hit the ball pretty hard. A nice two-hop fielding play by Merrifield at second.
You know, last night I was watching the debate a little bit, and I got online and I picked up Ted Williams. I just looking at his career and stuff, and I came across that strike zone with all the balls in it with Ted Williams, and I noticed that down and away, kind of what Kennedy did to Snow right there, that Ted Williams said if every ball was down where that pitch was, he said he would have hit 230 in his career. What does that tell you as a pitcher? That's where you want to control, exactly where Perez caught that ball right there from Kennedy. And Kennedy knows that. How does he know that? Because he's got almost 1,500 innings in. He's been through the ups and downs. Does Barrios get it yet? He will if he gets some more innings under his belt.
2-2 to Schaefer. Foul back, and I did even more research than you after I watched the debates. I got a bigger chart of Ted Williams, and that pitch that was down and away that wasn't a strike. It was just outside of Fox Tracks. He would have hit 112.
But first of all, they wouldn't have called that on Ted Williams, because if Ted thought it was outside, it was outside.
But if you're going to get it called there.
Hey, Sanoa struck out at what, 171 times now? Be swinging.
2-2 to Schaefer.
And by the way, that was the first call third strike that Kennedy's had. There's a breaking ball.
Up the line, a fair ball, and Hosmer gets it to Kennedy, covering 2 away. Wild Hockey returns October 13th, but we're getting you ready for all the action Friday with the Wild season preview. Join Anthony LaPanta, Mike Greenlay, and Wes Walls as they take an in-depth look at the upcoming season. Wild season preview Friday following Twins Live only on Fox Sports North.
Hockey season starting already. What is it, the middle of October, I think, their first game?
I just said October 13th.
It's 13. That's the middle of October. Very good. I should probably listen to you read these promos.
22 years. What percentage of the promos that I've read do you think you've actually listened to?
5%.
Here's Escobar, singled and scored in the second inning.
Didn't hockey season just end?
Yeah.
Well, go Wild. Hope they have a great year.
Escobar takes a strike, and it's 1-1. We're talking about injuries. Cleveland Indians clinched the American League Central, but in the process, a concern now about Corey Kluber, their ace, who had to leave after 4 innings because of right groin tightness. They've already lost Carrasco and Salazar. If Kluber isn't ready to go, they're going to go into the playoffs. They may have Trevor Bauer as their leading pitcher in the starting rotation.
They say that Salazar had a very good bullpen session, and what that means, who knows, but you know, they're definitely going to need him. Hopefully Corey Kluber will be healthy enough. It looked like he just tweaked it a little bit. It didn't sound like a major groin injury, so hopefully he's okay. You know, they're in our division. You kind of pull for them a little bit more.
Absolutely. You have to admire what the Indians have done. 60 pitches, right groin tightness. And they celebrated.
I saw some of the celebration, and Kluber was right there celebrating, so it wasn't like he was in a back room with ice on his groin.
If he was, chances are we would not have seen that. Fouled back by Escobar, and the Twins are doing a nice job running up the pitch count on Kennedy. 74 pitches, and Barrios has only thrown 36.
Yeah, Kennedy, 86 wins, 78 losses in his career. That started with the Yankees back in 2007.
And another foul.
Kennedy's making his 236th major league start. He has only 2 complete games, one an 8-inning loss, the other one a shutout. And that shutout coming back in 2011 against the Phillies when he was with the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And this is a wonderful at bat by Escobar because of what it's going to mean for Kennedy, who's trying to wrap things up here in the 4th inning with less than 80 pitches thrown.
That'd be like almost 20 pitches an inning.
Pretty doggone close. 9th pitch of this at bat. And there'll be another one. Full count, and Centeno on deck.
See where that fastball is?
A high blast to right field. Escobar caps off maybe his best at bat of the season, putting one into the fountains. A tremendous at bat, 10 pitches long, and a home run. Escobar's 6th of the year.
Yeah. So home run number 6 for Escobar. What an at bat. Finally got a fastball. Talked about Ted Williams' chart. Okay, if a fastball's right here, he said he would have hit 400. And Escobar depositing it into the water fountain here over that right field fence. Had a really nice splash too. See if we can follow it. See that? Ooh, very nice. I give it a 10 on a splash.
Centeno drove in the first run. He drove in Escobar with a double to left center field.
They measure that home run at 429 feet. I don't think Escobar's hit too many home runs that are 400 plus feet.
Neither is D. Gordon.
No.
And wasn't that one of the more wonderful things you've ever seen in a baseball game? Gordon in the opening at bat of the emotional game last night in Miami hitting a home run, his first home run of the year. Says he hasn't even hit him that far in batting practice.
If you didn't get goosebumps watching that, you're not human. I'm telling you, that was outstanding. My goodness.
Watched it about 10 more times today, and I still got goosebumps. You can see Jose Fernandez remembered here on the cap of Alcides Escobar. Centeno chops it toward the hole, and now Escobar's got a tough play.
Wow.
They're going to call him out on a close play. What a tremendous play by Escobar, and we'll see if the Twins challenge it. I think Paul Molitor looking to both Centeno and Butch Davis to see whether they should take a look at it. And apparently no challenge. What a play, great play by Alcides Escobar. And Eduardo Escobar with a home run to put the Twins up 2-0. Two 2-0 Twins, and Gerard Dyson leads off the fourth for Kansas City. You come to the line or ballpark today, you see the lineup, and you go, Eduardo Escobar at short, not Jorge Polanco. Well, Escobar is 2 for 2. He scored both runs. He has a home run.
Yeah, that home run by Escobar's first home run since August 2nd when he hit one in Cleveland.
2-0 to Dyson. And now 3-0.
Okay, Barrios, you got a little lead now. Get back in the strike zone.
39 pitches for Barrios, only 19 strikes. 3-0 to a guy you do not want to walk. And a strike. Dyson hit a chopper between the mound and third base, and Barrios bounced off the mound and made a really good play. Fouled away now, 3-2.
That's what you need him to do right there. Swing the bat. Dyson in his 7th season with the Royals, getting an opportunity to play some more now with Kane out.
Full count. And another foul.
Barrios just 22 years old, signed by the Twins in 2012 out of Puerto Rico. Papawan High School in Puerto Rico.
And Dyson flips another one foul.
He might have swung at ball 4 right there, but again, be aggressive with a fastball. No free passes. And so I don't think Centeno's going to move much behind the plate either. Another fastball. Pretty much right down the heart of the plate. That's a good pitch. Whoa. Wow.
First walk issued by Barrios, a close 3-2 pitch.
Yeah. That's a good pitch right there. Let's see what Fox Track says about this one.
Oh, my.
Look at that.
Pitcher's pitch.
Now what do you think about Fox Track?
Well, I think a lot higher of Fox Tracks than I do Mike Malinsky. That was a strike. Got to reward a pitcher for making a good pitch like that.
Wow.
Here's Whit Merrifield. Merrifield popped up to Dozier. Royals got a leadoff single in the third, but then Barrios got a double play grounder. There's a strike at the knees again. Royals are just 10-13 in September, and what chances they had of sneaking into the playoffs through the wild card door were pretty much ruined with a losing final month. That hasn't happened here in Kansas City for a while. Breaking ball 1-1. You saw Centeno after ball 4 to Dyson have a little chat with the home plate umpire, and you like to see that, don't you?
Boy, for sure, because the last thing you want is your pitcher to say, you know, where was that pitch? It's up to your catcher to be your springboard.
Changeup misses, 2-1.
Merrifield getting an opportunity to play that second base, making the most out of it. Getting 279 coming into the ball game, 11 home runs.
Royals hope to return to help, but they will need some help at second base. Omar Infante no longer in the organization. That's driven to right center field. Buxton gets the second hop. Merrifield going to second base. And the ball got by Escobar and thankfully hit the runner and stayed near second base. Merrifield got hit by the throw. And I'm not sure how or why, but it did not kick into left field. And that kept Dyson at third base.
Well, fastball, you fall behind. Barrios coming in with that fastball. Merrifield hitting it the other way. And Dyson, of course, in his speed getting over to third, but the ball coming back in. And Escobar trying to get that little short hop. It got away from him, and actually he didn't touch the ball. It ended up hitting Merrifield and stayed right there at second.
Buxton's throw was kind of in between the cutoff man and the base. So second and third, nobody out, and here's Eric Hosmer. Hosmer with a bouncer to second. 2-run lead now. Twins have the infield back. And Hosmer takes ball 1.
This might be a situation that I would work into windup over the stretch position.
Fouled away, 1-1. You know what the Twins are trying to do with Barrios is the polar opposite of what the Royals did with Thursday starter Danny Duffy. They got Duffy to almost do a David Price delivery on the mound. No wind up at all. And it's worked for Duffy, and the Twins are going the other direction with Barrios for different reasons. Zipped inside and 2-1.
Yeah, Duffy will be pitching here, I think, tomorrow night, or is
Thursday.
it Thursday night. And he's put together a very good year. Guy that started in the bullpen, now in that rotation.
2-1 to Hosmer, the top RBI man on this Kansas City team. 2 out there in scoring position, nobody out. Got him to swing at the changeup, 2-2. Remember, we told you about Kennedy and how good he's been with men in scoring position. It's a good pitch right there.
I remember in Hosmer's first at bat, he got a pitch down and hit that ground ball to Dozier for the out. See what they decide here. Another fastball, maybe curveball, come back with a changeup.
Into center, a base hit. Dyson will score, and Merrifield will be held at third.
Well, he came back with a fastball, but then again left it up. So after the swing of the changeup as a pitcher, you have to say, okay, I got to keep this ball down. Well, you know, hitters can fight it off. We talked the other day about that. You know, where that ball is up, hitters can fight that off a lot easier than they can if the ball is down in the strike zone. So Hosmer picking up an RBI is 101st. And Neil Allen out to try to get Berríos, help him get out of this inning.
Quick trip to the mound, and of course, if you watch, you know Berríos has been very vulnerable to big innings. I mean big innings. And this has the makings of one with a walk, a double, and a single. And now he has to pitch through the middle of the Kansas City lineup. First up, Kendrys Morales.
Well, back on September 5th, it was Morales that hit a big 3-run home run off of Berríos in the 5th inning.
And we've seen this guy not so much when he was with the Twins, but when he was with the Angels, the Mariners, and then certainly the last 2 years in Kansas City. If you have any hope of getting him out in a key spot like this, you've got to get ahead of him.
But the only thing, you hope he hits the ball on the ground, you turn a double play.
Berríos has got to pitch ahead in this count. And he gets a fastball and a foul ball, 0-1.
Well, there are certain guys that you face throughout a ball club, and you look at the lineup and say, okay, well, Morales, this guy is an RBI machine. There are certain guys. Morales last year in the World Championship team here, 106 runs batted in. Him and Hosmer, those were the two guys that you looked at and said, you hope that they didn't beat you.
Well, there's 2 fastballs that beat Morales, and now Berríos is ahead of the count, 0-2.
Well, very good series in September, early September against the Twins. 6 for 12 with 4 home runs. That's not a bad 3-game series.
But he did so much of that damage when he had 2-0 counts, 3-1 counts, and here Berríos has at least gotten ahead of him. Now down and in.
Not a bad pitch right there. Make him move his feet. Berríos doesn't have a strikeout yet. Like to get one here.
1-2 to Morales. Chop to Beresford, and they'll go for the double play and concede the tying run. Beresford with a quick lance toward home, but now the bases are empty and the score is 2-2.
To me, that's a right play right there. Get 2 outs and let the Royals tie the ball game. I think a good decision right there. Ball hit hard. Morales, of course, not the quickest out of that batter's box. And the second double play turned behind Berríos. Merrifield scoring the tying run.
And now Salvador Perez. Hey, it's 2 runs, but if Berríos can get Perez, by his standards, that's pretty good damage control. It wasn't 4 or 5.
These are all little stepping stones, hopefully, to help this young man turn into a great pitcher.
Breaking ball lofted down the left field line. Schaefer puts it away. A walk, a double, a single, and a couple of Kansas City runs. We're tied after 4.
don't forget at Twin home games, you bring your old Circle Me Bert sign. You might find yourself in the Minnesota Lottery winner circle where you could win $100 worth of lottery scratch-off tickets courtesy of the Minnesota Lottery. And that's what you like to see too. Catcher, pitcher, pitching coach right there. You know what? He did a good job. That leadoff walk to Dyson, I think we showed Fox Track, that wasn't a walk, but the leadoff walk, that's, I think, you look back and I did the same thing. You walk that leadoff hitter, it haunts you.
Buxton leading off the 5th. Struck out on a high fastball his first time up. Down and away, 1-1. Perez wants another high fastball. There's a push bunt, but it's too close to the Gold Glove first baseman. Both guys go in hands first to the bag. Hosmer's glove touched the bag right before Buxton's hand.
Well, you saw his speed right there, how quick. He almost outran the baseball right there, Buxton, and his speed. He wanted to try to bunt this ball towards second base past the pitcher, but instead a little bit too hard to Hosmer and the Gold Glover right there. So, watch this right here. I mean, it's a bang bang play.
But you saw for one of the few times the Royals with a pull shift in the infield. There was only one infielder over there. If he had made Hosmer take even one step to his right, he had a base hit. He just misdirected the bunt. So that'll be something I'm guessing the manager will say, hey, good idea.
Yes.
Just execute it a little bit better. All he had to do was to get Hosmer to make one step to the right, and he had a base hit. Here's Beresford, fouled out his first time up. Talking with Beresford the other day, and of course we've had a number of Australian baseball players before. Beresford's just the latest. But it occurred to me when he was going to tell me what he was going to do in the offseason. The ball chopped up the line and backhanded nicely by Hosmer. The Australian guys got it made. Man, they come over here and play baseball, then they go home and it's summertime. Golf courses are opening up. Not too early to start planning your 2017 celebrations at Target Field. Target Field suites are available for single game rental for groups of 16 to 150 plus. You can enjoy a climate controlled experience, a fantastic view of the Twins game with food and beverage included. Learn more at twinsbaseball.com/groups or call 800-33-TWINS. Schedule your suite at Target Field. Two down here in the 5th.
If their winter time is summertime, what is their summertime? Still hot, isn't it? So they must have summer year round. Doesn't snow there.
No, don't you know about northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere?
No,
it's just the opposite of us.
So they'll snow during the summer?
In July, yeah.
Huh. What happens
I say that having never been there, but
really?
I'd like to go there sometime. I want to live there in the off season. Be nice to be done with the baseball season, and then you go home and the golf courses are just opening up. You didn't know that?
No, if I ever go, I'm going to watch the water in the toilet.
There you go. It goes in the opposite direction.
Yeah, that's not right. Huh. I've never been there.
I haven't either, but I learned that.
I think we should go together.
5th grade, geography. 2-1 to Dozier.
Oh, that's why I missed 5th grade.
2-2.
Missed a lot of other things too in school.
Well, Paulo Orlando, the right fielder's from Brazil, same thing. 2-2 to Dozier. He struck out and hit a fly ball to right. Oh, close pitch. Full count with Grossman on deck. Fox Track says ball 3.
How do you figure?
I can see a little dark blue between the ball and the rectangle.
Better eyes than me.
And Dozier takes a walk. And that was a close pitch. It's the second walk issued by Kennedy.
Let's see what Fox Track says about that. 5 and 6 right there.
Outside.
Okay.
Dozier with 16 steals and 18 tries. And as we've tried to describe over the last couple of weeks, the unlikelihood of Dozier's 40+ home run season, because 40 home run hitters don't steal bases. They don't play in the field typically as well as Dozier does. And the shame of it all is, as we've said, if the team were having the type of year they had last year, and Dozier's numbers being what they are, he'd be a top candidate for a league MVP. Or if he had done this last year.
Well, he'd like to steal maybe base number 17, but who you have behind the plate sometimes cuts down the running game. Now, Grossman got a stolen base in the first inning. Remember, as a 3-2 pitch to Max Kepler that he took off.
Right.
But one of the best catchers in baseball right there as far as throwing out runners.
1-1. There goes Dozier. Almost a pitch out, and Dozier is in safely. We've seen two somewhat off-target throws. The first one was off-target, and we haven't seen Perez throw to the shortstop side of second base very often.
No, very rare. Again, he's a top catcher as far as throwing out base runners coming into the ball game, 46%. But 2 stolen bases for the Twins here tonight. Bryant stealing his 17th base in 19 attempts, getting that left hand on the bag before Escobar could apply the tag. So Bryant gets in the scoring position with 2 outs.
And the count to Grossman, 2-1. Fouled away. All right, here's the top 9 in home runs in the American League. Trumbo, Dozier, Encarnacion, Cruz, Chris Davis, the one with a K in Oakland, Todd Frazier, Chris Davis, the one with a C in Baltimore, and David Ortiz. I'm guessing he has more stolen bases than the other 8 guys combined. 2-2 to Robbie Grossman as the Twins try to take the lead back. Up and away. 3-2 with Kepler on deck.
And this will be pitch number 100 for Kennedy, trying to get that final out here in the 5th inning.
Full count to Grossman. And he takes up high, back-to-back walks. And Kepler will hit against Kennedy. Chance to do some damage here.
Yeah, the first couple of third was the best, and then he went back out for the 4th. 28 pitches thrown, the most yet, and then 18 so far here in the 5th.
Kepler with a swinging strikeout in the 1st. And then he bounced into a double play in the 3rd inning. Dave Island to the mound. You can see Dozier was pretty exclusive company. Jim Thome hit 11 against the Twins. Brian Dozier hit 11 against the Royals. Thome hit 6 of those against Rick Reed in 2002. $11 home runs against the Royals. And look at the rest of the list. I mean, it's not even close. You got a bunch of guys with 8, including Michael Kadire. Dozier, of course, had his 3 home run game against the Royals. He hit 1 in each deck in left field. Now it's Kepler's turn with 2 on and 2 out. Up and in. Three left-handers for the Royals in their bullpen, and Scott Alexander's one of them. He's warming up. Kepler chops it foul, 1-1.
Yeah, Twins need a big hit right here. A little 2-out hitting by Kepler.
Twins are 0 for 3 with men in scoring position. 1-1 to Kepler. Very high. Got to believe this is Kennedy's last man, wouldn't you think? would get Sano, but if he
Right.
walks Kepler, that's 3 walks in a row with 2 out. Two and one to the Twins right fielder. To short center. Dyson got a good break on the ball, and he doesn't make the play. Dozier will score. The throw terrible toward third base. That's a heck of a catch by Cuthbert, keeping it out of the Twins dugout. So Dyson comes up a little short. Kepler drops in an RBI single.
There's a big hit right there by Kepler, driving in Dozier. And Dozier scoring for the 102nd time. The Twins take a 3-2 lead, so Kepler picking up his 62nd run batted in. Not hit hard, but right in front of Dyson. The way he got that ball, I thought he was going to catch his ball.
I did too.
And it landed in front of him. You saw what Cuthbert had to do. Dive to just keep that ball in the infield.
Sano has struck out twice. Once swinging, once looking. See if the big thumper can thump one. Fouled back, 1 strike.
Yeah, he has not been able to catch up to his fastball. He's just been really tardy.
But that would align with what you said earlier. The
Right.
guy's kind of sneaky fast. We've seen Sano crush 93-mile-per-hour fastballs,
Right.
but Kennedy's gotten a few of them by him.
You know, as a pitcher too, when you see a guy hitting the ball over the, the opposite dugout, you're saying don't throw anything soft.
And he threw something soft and got a ground ball to third. Close at second. Kepler forced, but Kepler put the Twins back in front with a 2-out single. Mountain Dew fans of the game, we always see a lot of Twins fans here. And the Royals have been very well represented in Minnesota lately. First pitch to Alex Gordon is outside. Berrios needs to throw more strikes. 60 pitches, 33 strikes. He falls behind Gordon 1-0.
Yeah, just 7 of 15 first pitch strikes for Jose Berrios.
Just even pitches like that. Now we know Gordon's been struggling, but it's 1-0. And basically Berrios hung a changeup to Gordon, but he got a swing and a miss. And another changeup, another swing and a miss. And if you're trying to build someone's confidence, or if you're out there and you need to build your own confidence, maybe is a better way to put it, just little victories like that might go a long way. And One hopper back to the mound. Barrios to Beresford, one away. That'll bring up Orlando. Orlando with a chopper to the hole and a single, a leadoff single in the third. Barrios got Escobar to bounce into a double play. Faced the minimum number of batters through 3 innings. You know, one thing, I think in the 4th inning, the walk, the double, the single, and really no need to before then, but you know, here we are in the 5th inning. I think there's been just the one trip to the mound from either the pitching coach or the catcher. Breaking ball missing inside, 2-0.
Hey, tried back-to-back breaking balls right there. We saw Justin Verlander do that when he was there. You know, the first one was bad, which for Barrios it was way outside. He tried to come back. Verlander seemed to get that second one over. Barrios falling behind.
A fastball in a good spot, 2-1. Hit him. A fastball that's got Orlando. He'll take first base with 1 out.
4th hit batsman for Barrios.
And now Escobar will bat.
Barrios has had a couple double plays turned behind him. Now Escobar last time up, he started him off with a breaking ball that Escobar swung at. See what they do here.
Gave him a fastball over for a strike.
Escobar hit into that double play in the 3rd inning.
Missed inside with a sinking fastball. Runner goes and the pitch chopped foul.
I think they tried a little hit and run right there. Ned Yost maybe put hit and run on.
Back-to-back World Series appearances, and the Royals technically are not eliminated from the wild card race, but it is extremely unlikely that they'll be able to make up 6 games in 6 games. They're 6 games back, 5 teams ahead of them. Down and away. Good take by Escobar. 2-2. If anybody could do it, it'd be the Royals, though. They weren't supposed to get past the wild card game 2 years ago. Came up with a great rally late against Oakland. They were down big in game 4 with the Astros and came back with a 5-run inning to win that game and the next game.
Well, it just shows you if you stay right around 500, you know, you got a chance to at least feel like, you know, hey, things go our way, we got a chance to get in the postseason.
No, it was just last year.
Just 2 games over 500.
It was just last year. Twins won 83 ball games, and they were in it up until that, through the Friday night game the last weekend of the season. 2-2 to Escobar. Chopped foul. Twins 56 and 100, and the Cubs 156. Cubs have already clinched the best record in the National League.
Yeah, they made a big deal out of the Cubs winning 100. We lost 100 before the Cubs won 100.
Yeah. 2-2. That kicks away from Centeno. Orlando goes to second. Now it's a full count to Escobar.
To me, that slider right there looked like he tried to aim that slider down and away rather than letting it go. And the ball wasn't even close. So a wild pitch will allow Orlando to get to second base. And Centeno, we've seen him able to block that ball. That ball hit off his right side of his chest protector and got behind him.
3-2. Cuthbert on deck. Escobar hitting eighth. Ouch.
Tell you what, he's lucky he made contact where that ball was coming up and in.
Escobar's only walked 25 times unintentionally in over 600 at bats. He's a free swinger, and he nearly.
If he doesn't make contact, that ball would have hit him too.
Collarbone.
Yep.
So he needs a new bat. Not very often you'll see a check swing, broken bat, but that's what happened.
One thing we saw Kennedy do, and this is something Berríos has to learn. You have to trust that fastball down and away. Can he get it? Haven't really seen him do that yet.
3-2. Foul back. Last inning, Alex Wimmers was warming up. Now it's Buddy Boshears. The Twins, of course, would love to see Berríos get through the 8-9 batters, get off the field, and then make a decision whether you send him out in the sixth or not.
First 3 innings, very good pitch count. Last inning, 23-16 so far here in the 5th.
Escobar, not the easiest guy in the world to walk. And another 3-2 coming. Oh, snagged by Escobar. He sets and fires a wicked one-hopper. Hit right at the shortstop. 2 down.
Yeah, Escobar hit this ball right on the button, but our Escobar made a nice play. Got to him in a hurry. You see Esky going, whoo, that little short hop right there. Wow. As time makes a good throw over to first for the second out.
It's so hard right at him. It's one of those where, as a shortstop, you leave both your feet for a split second. 2 down, and now Cuthbert. Tying run at second. And Cuthbert bounces it. Sano with a nice pickup from the seat of his pants. He gets it over toward Beresford. It's an infield hit, Orlando to third. And Beresford came off the base right away. Cognizant of the runner at third, wanted to make sure that that ball didn't get away from him.
Well, he may have saved a run right there. Escobar, I think, was behind him, but Sano went after it. He dove for the ball, really had no play. And here comes my manager, Paul Molitor. But watch the big man right here go down. Sano, that ball, he doesn't, well, I saw a little bit of Escobar. He might have knocked it down, but Orlando has to stay at third base.
Berríos will come out here, 1 out short of qualifying for a win. And he has given up 4 hits over 4 2/3 innings. 1 walk and a hit batter, and Buddy Boshears will relieve him. Look at the second time through the order. He only retired 4 batters, and so the Twins take Berríos out in the hopes that those will be his numbers and no inherited runners will score.
The only way you're going to get this young man right here into situations that he can go deeper in a ball game is let him pitch through situations like that. You know, 77 pitches wasn't like, you know, all the innings were under duress.
Yeah.
You just, you know, Buddy Boucher's coming in, but you got to let him learn. And to pull him out in that situation, I particularly don't care for it, but he's a manager, not me. I'm just watching.
Centeno down into the butterfly to block ball 1 from Bouchers, who will be asked to get the left-handed batter Dyson. Dyson chopped one. Berríos made a nice play in the first inning, and then he walked and scored in the fourth.
Dick, they do that in the minor leagues too. A lot of times kids will run into trouble 5th or 6th inning, and what you end up doing is looking over your shoulder in the bullpen.
That hit Orlando in foul territory, so it's just a strike, but a painful one.
The only way you're going to get better if you're a starter is to work your way out of situations like that. I'll get off my pedestal right now, but you can see Orlando in foul territory. If he's in fair territory, he's out.
No, if he's in fair territory, he doesn't get hit by that ball. 1-1. Thankfully, he's okay.
Now he's really in foul territory.
Swing and a miss. 1-2.
We've seen Buddy Boucher's come in and do a good job. Now, last time he pitched was Friday against the Mariners at Target Field. He didn't have a good outing. Just a third of the inning, gave up a couple hits, a couple runs, 1 earned run. But normally he's done a very, very good job.
Hits are in order, walks are in order, not many home runs. Good against righties and lefties. Check swing. Did he go? No, says Todd Tishner. And it's 2-2. Nice job by Centeno, smothering the pitch in the dirt.
And that's what Buddy is. Straight over the top lefty. Good fastball. Hard breaking ball. You know, one thing that this season has given the opportunity, guys like Bouchers, guys like Brandon Kinsler, a second chance in baseball. Both these guys played, you know, independent baseball, trying to keep their careers going. And Bouchers, I think, has done a great job.
And a base hit will tie the game. Dyson dumps one into center. And we're tied at 3.
You know, every pitch was down, down, down. He left a pitch up. And Dyson picking up the tying RBI, his 24th of the year.
And of course that run charged to Berríos. Now 3 earned runs in 4 2/3 innings.
See that ball just left up about belt high, and Dyson just kind of slapping it in the short left center.
Whit Merrifield doubled his first time up. Popped up, and Beresford chasing it down the line. Kepler is there, and Beresford makes a fair ball catch. The Royals tied up. We head to the 6th, 3 apiece. Last night in Miami, one of the most emotional baseball games you will ever see in your life. D. Gordon, close friends of Jose Fernandez, teammates gathering around the mound, both before and after the game. And then Gordon, before he hit his third pitch home run, he stood in the right-handed batter's box, tried to emulate Fernandez's batting stance. All the Miami players wearing Fernandez jerseys. And have you ever seen a major league player hit a home run with tears in his eyes as he crossed home plate? Unbelievable. So incredibly sad.
Yep. Very emotional night. Marlins winning the ball game, but winning it for Jose.
Logan Schaefer will face Scott Alexander. And there's strike one. Because of how the Twins have their lineup put together today, they really don't have any moves to make regarding their outfielders, short of moving Robbie Grossman out of the DH spot. The bench players are Mauer, Polanco, Vargas, Suzuki, and Murphy. So Schaefer's left in there to face the lefty.
Yeah, Alexander, 27 years old, in his second season with the Royals. Last year, September call-up. 7 walks in 17 2/3 innings, 15 strikeouts. He's allowed only 1 home run.
2 strikes to Schaefer. And now down the line, and a fair ball. Schaefer will round first and hold up there. A leadoff single, lefty against lefty.
Well, he fought off a high fastball right there and punched it softly down that right field line. And Orlando, and his speed, got to it quickly and keeps Schaefer to a single. So the high pitch, Schaefer could see letter high, picks up his base hit, 6th hit for the Twins.
Look at those reverse splits for a hitter. Here is Escobar, 2 for 2, scored 2 runs, and he'll bat now right-handed against Alexander. Inside, ball 1. So Alexander's numbers, opponents batting .304. Walks are a little high. And he falls behind Escobar 2-0. Centeno on deck. On the outside corner.
Yeah, Alexander signed by the Royals back in 2010 out of Santa Rosa, California. Escobar wanting time.
And down 3-1. Centeno on deck. Twins have some moves to make with catchers. They've got Suzuki and Murphy on the bench. Paul Molitor saying the 2 right-handed hitting catchers will likely each get a start with the 2 left-handed Kansas City starters going for the rest of the series. Up the middle, backhanded, and a throw errant by Merrifield. He got the force at second, but a lob throw off target, and Escobar will reach.
Well, he tried to get to the bag and then, throw at the same time to get the force out of second, which Merrifield did right here. Stepped on the bag and then hurried his throw. And Hosmer, knowing that, behind him is that screen in front of the dugout, and it hit the screen and it keeps Escobar at first base. So Dave Island out there for the second time. Came out earlier when Ian Kennedy was on the mound last inning.
Royals have a right-hander warming up in the bullpen. So the Twins will let it ride with Centeno. As an RBI double Peter Moylan warming up. And then Centeno made a bid for another hit. Hit a ground ball into the hole, and Escobar made a sensational play and just barely got Centeno at first. Centeno, and then Buxton will bat. Inside, ball one. Swing and a miss, 1-1. There's a good bunt. And Centeno will reach, and the ball thrown away. Escobar will go to third. Now kicked by Merrifield. And Escobar will hold up at third base with Centeno dropping down a nice bunt. He'll get a bunt single, and there'll be an error charged to Cuthbert.
Outstanding right there. Alexander coming up and trying to make a quick throw. So an excellent bunt right there.
We'll bring up Buxton with 2 men on. The error charged to the pitcher.
Right. Alexander going over. See, a little late. And then when he feels it, he just throws it. You can see Hosmer has no chance right into the runner, Centeno. The ball getting away, but both runners advance.
Buxton is hitting right-handers better than left-handers, but the Royals will bring in a right-hander anyway. Chance for the Twins to take their third lead of this game. Second and third, one down, and a pitching change in Kansas City.
Brian Dozier, who of the young guys has impressed him the most over the last few weeks, and he said it's Byron Buxton, no doubt, and it's not because of his impressive defense or those big hits he's had, but because of how he's matured as a player. He said last year, you know, being such a high caliber player, he was probably bombarded with information and tried to process it all right away. This year, he feels like Buxton turned a page when he finally learned how to sift through that information and prioritize things and realize what could actually help him as a player. He also mentioned adversity, how you learn more in the lows than you do when the highs and when things are going right. He says with everything that he's learned this year, Brian Dozier is very excited to see what Byron Buxton can do next year. And guys, I don't think he is the only one.
As we said, hitting .288 in September. Thank you, Audra. Taking ball one. Big at bat here. Buxton, who's been very strikeout prone. We expect that to improve in coming years. Needs to put the ball in play here. Another breaking ball. Called a strike, 1-1.
Well, Peter Moylan on the mound, that sidearm type of delivery, sinking fastball. Just saw a couple frisbee type breaking balls, making his 49th relief appearance. A couple stints with the Royals this year.
Chopped up the line, foul. 1-2. What we saw in the last homestand, even though they were outs, we saw Buxton a couple of times drive the ball hard to the opposite field. And ultimately, that's going to be, I suspect, a big part of the key to unlock the puzzle for Buxton. Now he's behind in the count, 1-2.
Well, Moylan has that sinker that goes down and in, and then that frisbee type breaking ball. See where Perez moves, outer half of the plate.
Right off the end of the bat.
And that's almost a pitch right there. You want to drive toward right field. I wouldn't be surprised if Perez calls a fastball in right here. See where Perez is. He's working outside.
In the dirt, there needs to be a throw. And Buxton strikes out, leaving runners at second and third. Now 2 away.
Well, you got one of the best as far as what Perez just did too, blocking the ball. This is another ball. You know, Buxton just swinging wildly right there. Perez does a good job keeping it in front of him, picking up the runner at third, and then getting the out at first.
Well, we'll see if Beresford can drive in his first big league run here. 2 men are out there, 2 down. Twins would love to do what the Royals have done to everybody else the last few years. Take advantage of a mistake, the error by the pitcher, giving the Twins a great chance to put up a crooked number.
And 2 Aussies facing each other right here, both from Australia.
Chipped foul, 1 strike. Three hits, 16 at bats for Beresford, a single and a double, a couple of singles and a double, and a sacrifice bunt.
Beresford looking out at, hey, you're my countrymen. What are you doing? A little smile. And you see Perez wanting that ball up.
Trying to make eye contact with Moylan, who turned his back to him. Now a double in the gap.
A little bragging rights.
A little chip shot down the line. That's going to slice foul. 1-2.
And Perez is going to go out and talk to his right-hander about this pitch.
Schaefer with a soft single down the right field line. Escobar reached on a fielder's choice. Centeno with a bunt single. An error on the Royals, putting runners at second and third. And now 1-2 to Beresford. Checked his swing, a close pitch, 2-2. Cuthbert to first, and the Twins strand 2 on the top of the 6th. Kansas City. I'm going to go with Frank Robinson and Lou Boudreau. Frank Robinson. Ted Williams with the Rangers. Now, if I remember right, that '88 season was when Cal Ripken Sr. started managing for the Orioles and was dismissed shortly into the season. I think the Orioles lost their first 19 games, something like that. Suddenly 0-9 doesn't sound so bad, does it? It was bad enough, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Hosmer takes ball 1 from Buddy Boshears. Hosmer, Morales, and Perez in a tie game.
Yeah, Buddy Boshears maybe getting 1 or 2 guys asked to get out here, with Perez hitting third, the right-handed hitter. Of course, Morales is switch hitter.
Slow breaking ball, and it's strike 2 to Hosmer. Drove in a run with a single in the 4th. Chop, foul. Trying to win a ball game again, scoring runs 1 at a time. It's a long time since they've scored more than 1 run in an inning. The Royals got a couple of runs in the 4th. Inside. Last time the Twins scored more than 1 run in an inning, it was September 13th when they scored 5 against Matt Boyd in the 4th inning.
Only a couple weeks ago.
2-2 to Hosmer. And a strikeout. Boshears goes down underneath that swing.
Good fastball down. So Boshears picks up a strikeout. Third batter he is asked to get, and Paul Molitor coming out. Good pitch down.
Boshears faces 3 men. Did give up the game tying single to Dyson, but now the switch hitter Morales will come up, and it will be Alex Wimmers, who was warming up back in the 4th inning. He'll enter the game in the 6th. Morales hitting .239 against right-handed pitchers and .322 against lefties. So Alex Wimmers is the call here with 1 down in the 6th.
Yeah, I think one thing we've seen, Wimmers getting more and more mound time. He worked last on Sunday, just a couple days ago, an inning and 2/3, making his 14th relief appearance since being called up.
Morales 0 for 2 in the ball game. A fly to center and a ground ball double play. Wimmers clips the inside corner. One and one. Morales, a free agent after this year. He's had 2 very productive years here in Kansas City. On the ground, the Twins had him shifted. Sano fumbles it, recovers to throw him out. 2 down, and that'll bring up Perez. If you're looking to keep your young ball player active this offseason, look no further than the Twins youth camps presented by the Select Heartland Chevy dealers. Camps are geared toward youth 7 to 14. They begin MEA weekend and continue through March of 2017. This is great. Instruction is led by Twins personnel as well as top college and high school coaches. Training focuses on hitting drills to improve swings and throwing lessons to gain velocity while avoiding injury. Registration is now open at twinsbaseball.com/training. It's something new. And if they'd have had that when I was a kid,
oh, no matter, you would have been the new Walter Johnson. You never know.
man, missed opportunity.
Yeah. There is so much opportunity now for kids. All these different camps like they're having right there. The travel teams that are out there now. Still Little League and Babe Ruth. Of course, high school ball, college ball.
0-2 to Perez.
Watch out.
Off-speed pitch up 1-2.
That looked like a breaking ball, just got away from Wimmers over the head of Perez. Little slippage right here, and Perez getting down.
Yeah. One and two. Tries to paint the corner outside, but missed. 2-2.
Yeah, we've seen 4 pitches from Wimmers. The fastball, get it up to 94, 95. The curveball, that last pitch, a little slider. Good changeup right there. That's a pitch that I've really liked.
Good inning for the Twins bullpen. First Boshears and then Wimmers, a 1-2-3-6. Story of the game that is tied.
Well, Escobar having a good night, a couple of hits, hitting his 6th home run of the year. That coming in the 4th inning. And that gave the Twins a 2-0 lead, but the Royals came back in the bottom of the 4th inning and tied the game. Twins went ahead again in the 5th inning. Kepler with an RBI single. But the Royals come back in the bottom of the 5th inning and tie it at 3 apiece.
We'll see what the Twins can get done here. Top of the 7th.
Kevin McCarthy coming into the ball game. Youngster, just 24 years old. A September call-up.
And Brian Dozier takes strike one. Dozier's 0 for 2 with a walk, a stolen base, a run scored. Scored the third run in the fifth inning. The Twins scoring in innings 2, 4, and 5, but again just one run at a time. And down and away, 1-1. Dozier, Grossman, and Kepler in the seventh inning. Bounced foul behind Gene Glenn, and it's 1-2. The Royals have 3 left-handed relievers and 9 right-handed relievers.
Welcome to September baseball.
And the Twins have a lefty and a righty warming up in their bullpen.
The Twins only have, what, 6 lefties and 6 righties?
Mm-hmm.
There's still room for more.
Inside, 2-2. When you played in your first phase in the 70s, what, you know, how many September call-ups would a team, not necessarily the Twins, but a team typically have?
I don't think we had as many as there is today. You know, you might bring up 3 or 4 guys.
Right off the end of the bat, a dribbler to Hosmer. One down.
I know Dozier's out right there, but I'd still like to see him run through the bag. Right off the end of the bat, Brian kind of stopped halfway. Yeah, that's not good. You want to be one of the leaders on the ball club. You run that out, even though you're out by 15 feet.
One down, and now Grossman, a single and 2 walks.
You know, you're up, what, 4 or 5 times in a ball game. You run from home plate to first base.
One strike to Grossman. Hold on the ground foul behind Butch Davis. 2 strikes.
Kevin McCarthy, just 24 years old, as I mentioned, getting called up in September, making his 8th relief appearance. Young man started at AA this year, moved up to AAA. All out of the bullpen in those 2 teams. Had a very good 3.04 ERA in 68 innings. Picked up some saves, 16 of them.
Grossman takes a close pitch up high, 1-2.
Signed by the Royals in 2013.
Again, Grossman takes that borderline pitch, belt high, took it high, 2-2.
It's 4-seam fastball at 94.
Now line foul. Grossman has struggled in the outfield at times and has played almost exclusively left field. Earlier I said, you know, the Twins may have found their 4th outfielder. They have to like his high on base percentage. .390 right now. And another foul. Left side is, and always has been, his weaker side. But he's drawn so many walks from that side. He's had a very admirable on base percentage. Two and 2. And a strikeout.
Good,
number 2.
Good changeup right there. Grossman way out front. So McCarthy picks up a strikeout, his first. Second batter he faced.
Fox Tracks presented by Carrier.
Good off-speed pitch. Had some movement on it.
Kepler is 1 for 3. An RBI single his last time up. Just hit a little doink in front of Dyson in center. And that scored Dozier from second base. At the knees, a strike. Grounded to Hosmer. That's not a good place to hit a ground ball. Twins go down 1-2-3 in the 7th. Tonight's greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. Miguel Cabrera with the Indians putting on kind of a makeshift lineup after their celebration last night, and now his 35th home run of the year. Ugly numbers for David Price. He's been really good for the Red Sox, but he's given up 11 hits and 6 earned runs. And then Josh Donaldson, his 37th home run, 2 years with the Toronto Blue Jays, and look what he's done, 78 home runs. Ryan O'Rourke comes out of the Twins pen to pitch to Alex Gordon and presumably others here in the 7th.
Yeah, Ryan making his 23rd relief appearance. He got hit around last Friday in Seattle. 1+ innings, gave up 3 runs in a 10-1 loss to Seattle.
Strike 1 to Alex Gordon.
Hoping to have a better outing here.
One and one. The third Twins reliever. The Royals have already used 3. Two and one. Royals got 5 innings from their starter. The Twins almost got 5 innings from Jose Barrios. 2 and 1. Gordon, Orlando, and Escobar due up. And a strike over the inside corner.
Yeah, good fastball right there. I think what's helped O'Rourke really kind of over the month of September, he's come up with that split finger to go with this fastball and the slider.
And Gordon with a breaking ball, swing and a miss, and 1 down. O'Rourke really has been strong against lefties, and here comes Paul Molitor. He's going to make another pitching change.
That might have been the splitter right there. Might have been the slider or the splitter. Good movement. I think that was a splitter.
And O'Rourke gets his man. Paulo Orlando will come in, and it'll be a right-hander, Ryan Presley, who will be relief pitcher number 4 of many tonight. We suspect we're just in the 7th inning with 1 out.
be last. He's got it down. Oh, that helps. There you go.
Ryan Pressly in to pitch to Paulo Orlando in a tie game, 1 out, bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, Ryan making his 72nd relief appearance.
And a fastball on the outside corner.
Now Jack Morris would like this, that Brian Shaw leads in appearances.
Right.
Yeah, this year it was 74. Ryan has 72.
The way things are going with the Indians, Brian Shaw may be starting a playoff game here in a week or so. And strike 2 from Pressly. A couple of 91-mile-per-hour pitches.
Yeah, you know what? He worked on Sunday, an inning and 2/3. He had 3 strikeouts in that outing.
And time called.
That was almost a season high for him in a relief appearance. He did have 4 strikeouts against the Nationals way back in April in 2 innings. Been pretty durable out of that bullpen.
1-2. Twins bullpen has been pretty good. Inning and 2/3. Boshiers did give up the key hit to Dyson, a little flare that tied the game in the 5th. And Pressly reaches back for 97 off the plate. It's 2-2. We've seen Pressly 97, 98, even 99. Breaking ball hit to center, and Buxton's there. One of the ironies of Pressly being able to pick up the velocity over the course of the year, and you can maybe tell by looking at him, he's one of those guys that has a terrible time keeping weight on during the season. He loses a lot of weight over the course of the year. So the increased velocity is coming despite the fact that he's down 15 pounds from what he was on opening day. And if he's lost it, I know where they are.
You have them?
I have them. 2 down. Here's Escobar. Now, how
but he's out running around. We're here sitting down.
Yeah, but how were you? Because I know you did a lot of running when you played, but did you have problems maintaining weight over the course of the season?
Not really. No. You know what? I always was right around 220 in that range right there. I always said on the scale, you know, they go in once a week. I'll just put 222.
Well, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to have someone in an official capacity weigh you. You had weigh-ins back then?
Yeah. At certain clubs, yeah, would weigh us in. We had one time in Cleveland, they stuck us in a tank about body fat. Andre Thornton and I were the highest on the ball club as far as body fat. So they thought this is great, you know. Well, all the guys that had 6% body fat, they all broke down. Andre hit 30 home runs. I won 19 ball games. Guess what? The next year they did not do that. You know, everybody's built different, you know. So this is what's great about the game of baseball. You can have the Altuves or the Freddie Pateks that pitched here that are, you know, 5'5".
He didn't pitch here, did he?
I mean, that played here.
Right.
And you know, you have guys, and then you have the bigger guys too. Randy Johnson at 6 foot.
1 and 2.
John Roush when he was, you know, a monster.
Right.
So.
Hey, last
Doesn't
road
matter.
trip, we were in New York. We saw Bartolo Colon shut out the Twins.
Right.
But he's had the opposite problem of Pressly.
Well, hey, the guy's what, 43 years old and still going. He may want to come back next year. I hope he does.
1-2 to Escobar. And Centeno setting up outside, but Pressly dropped it over the inside corner. And a 1-2-3 7th for the Twins bullpen. 3-3 here. 3 more single-run innings. The Twins have now, when they've scored 19 times in a row, 1 run at a time. We'll see if they can change that. Miguel Sano will lead things off in the 8th against Kelvin Herrera.
Yeah, Herrera doing a great job out of that bullpen. We talked about Ryan Presley being used a lot. Herrera has been, making his 71st relief appearance. Very good 2.43 ERA for the right-hander. Only 52 hits allowed in 70 and a third innings. He has 83 strikeouts, only 10 walks.
And Sano will lead things off. Just a little bookkeeping thing. Earlier we told you there were 3 left-handed relievers and 9 right-handed relievers. That's not true. Dylan G has been scratched for the balance of the year with some blood clotting issues, so he will not pitch anymore. Strike 1. Sano, Schaefer, and Escobar here in the 8th inning.
Yeah, Herrera with an overpowering fastball, hard curveball, and a changeup.
Breaking ball, and it's lifted foul, and it's quickly 0-2 to Sano. Schaefer on deck. Challenged him at 98 and in a 3-pitch strikeout.
And this copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins. He'll come right at you. There's no fooling around with Herrera on the mound.
Here's Schaefer. Single in 3 trips. Dropped a single down the right field line his last time up.
And what that means is he's not going to try to finesse you. He's going to come and establish that fastball early.
On the ground again. That's not a good place to hit it. And on a close play, Schaefer retired on a fine play by Hosmer. Every weekday morning, Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp go head-to-head on the day's hottest sports topics. Undisputed with Skip and Shannon, weekdays at 8:30 a.m. Central, only on FS1. 2 down in the 8th, and now Eduardo Escobar. Escobar's had a good night with a single and a run scored in the 2nd and a long home run into the fountains in right center field.
Now, my bookkeeping says that Hosmer's had 6 ground balls hit to him in this ball game.
How many has he fielded?
6.
Yeah.
So don't hit it to him.
1-0 to Escobar. I don't know at this point of the season with so little on the line that Ned Yost would send Herrera out for a 2nd inning, but it would be nice to run up the pitch count a little bit here and at least face somebody different in the 9th, whether the Royals take the lead or not. The Twins can keep it a tie game. Be nice to not face this kind of heat.
They feel that this guy could be a closer if need be. Herrera, he's only 26 years old. He's already in his 6th season with the Royals.
3-0 to Escobar.
Made the All-Star team again, 2nd year in a row. Herrera's represented the Royals at the All-Star game.
Centeno on deck.
Got nasty stuff.
Four-pitch walk. Escobar takes first base. That'll bring up Centeno. Centeno's had a good night at the plate. An RBI double to left center field in the 2nd. Had a hit taken away and a great play by Escobar in the hole. Then dropped down a bunt single in the 6th.
You know, with Kurt Suzuki being a free agent at the end of the year, you wonder what direction the Twins are going to be going next year behind the plate. Well, Centeno trying to, add his name to the list. He's done well since he's been up.
How many places do we go over the course of the summer, and so many teams need catching, and that's the point I was trying to make with Wilson Ramos before. He was presumably going to get through this season regardless of whether the Nationals won the World Series or not. Enter the free agent market in a market that's so thin in catching. The Royals have a catcher. They've got a really good one, and they're going to probably keep him for a long time. But most teams are really struggling to try to find somebody to go back there and do well. You know, again, if you want to say Salvador Perez is the best catcher in the American League, he's hitting .246 right now.
Yeah.
And now Centeno has a 3-0 count, and Perez will have a chat with Herrera.
Well, what you want your catcher to be is what Perez is too, a leader on that ball club. And you know, he takes charge right there, going out to try to get Herrera back in the strike zone.
7 straight out of the zone. Buxton on deck.
And that guy is back behind the plate, Perez, almost nightly.
3-0. Centeno will be taking here. And he takes a strike over the inside corner. There's ball 4. So on 9 pitches, Herrera walks both Escobar and Centeno, and Buxton will have another chance here.
Yeah, let's see. Dave Island going out there, try to get Herrera back in the zone as Perez did.
Sano struck out on 3 pitches. Schaefer bounced out, I think, on the first pitch. And now 9 others, only 1 strike.
Well, again, Herrera came into the ballgame only 10 walks in 70 1/3 innings. So Dave Island trying to get him focused back into that strike zone. Little pat right there.
Buxton is 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, a bunt attempt that almost led to a base hit. But he's a pretty stoic guy, and I know he was frustrated with his 6th inning at bat. Twins had runners at 2nd and 3rd, only 1 out, a chance to take the lead back. Buxton didn't show his frustration, and now sure enough in his next at bat he's got a chance to deliver a big hit.
He's got to be ready to swing at the first pitch right here. Sure, it's going to be a fastball.
And he takes strike 1. Breaking ball, strike 2. Dave Island with a really good trip to the mound so far. See what Buxton can get done here on 0-2. They wanted the high fastball that struck him out in the 2nd inning, but Buxton flared it foul. Two walks in the inning, and the Twins leave 2 more aboard in the 8th. where Chesler Cuthbert will lead things off in the bottom of the 8th inning against JT Chargois.
Chargois making his 23rd relief appearance.
First pitch grounded to right field, a base hit. Cuthbert now with a pair of hits. Chargois, the 5th relief pitcher for the Twins here tonight.
Well, jumping on that first fastball, hitting it sharply the other way, and Dozier shading him a little bit up the middle, diving to his left, but gets by him in the right center.
Bunting situation now for Dyson. Centeno to the mound, Sano to the mound. Terrence Gore is running now for Cuthbert.
Yeah, Gore the speedster off of that bench. 9 stolen bases in 10 attempts.
Chargois will have to be aware of his speed, but also the bunting ability of Gerard Dyson. Dyson tied the game with a chip shot into left center field in the 5th against Buddy Boshears. Sano in on the grass. Beresford will hold the runner and then charge. Dyson choking up. And time called.
Yeah, not bad by Chargois right there. Just hold it, hold it, hold it.
Likely to see a throw to first here, I would think, just to see if Dyson tips his hand. Nope. And a strike at the knees at 96 miles per hour. Out of 10. And a healthy lead at first. There he goes. Centeno's throw. Safe. He just outran what was a pretty good delivery by Chargois and a quick exchange by the catcher.
In the minor leagues, over 250 stolen bases, you know, and right there, I mean, good throw. Gore, so quick, going feet first into the bag.
And keeping a foot on the bag. The Twins were looking at it and thinking about a challenge in case he came off the bag. But I think we've seen so many times this year, the old pop-up slide is cost a lot of base runners a stolen base. And that time Gore went in feet first and kept a foot on the bag.
Now you have to keep him close to second, as Escobar's job is that.
Taylor Rogers warming up.
Of course, Dyson going to try to bunt him over.
2-1. Chargois got to throw a strike if they want to give him an out. 28,435 paid. Chargois' first pitch spanked into right field for a base hit. Now a stolen base and a 3-1 count to Dyson. Bunted foul, 3-2.
Yeah, not the best bunt for Dyson right there, because he's trying to bunt for a base hit, it looked like. If it's a sacrifice, you have to square around and lay it down. Take a look right here. You see him trying to run with it rather than kind of let the ball come to you and just lay it down toward third. It's usually very, very good, as the numbers show, as far as laying down that ball.
And Dyson strikes out, and the inability to drop down a bunt could be a big factor if the Twins keep this a tie game.
Yeah, Chargois picking up a strikeout, his 16th. And now 21 innings pitched. Good hard breaking ball.
And now Merrifield. Of course, the Royals still do have a very speedy runner in scoring position thanks to the stolen base.
Now it's Brian Dozier's responsibility to try to keep Gore close to second. So what that does, that speed, it eliminates maybe a hole somewhere because Brian's got to play closer to second base.
There he goes to third. Centeno's throw. And Miguel Sano points to the dugout. He thinks that he tagged Gore before his foot touched the base. The ball nearly sailed down the line, but Sano.
Well, that might have helped Sano right there because his momentum was going toward the infield, and that's where Gore was right there. So Sano feels that he got Gore before he could get to the bag. But look at this. Look, Gore taking off. Good throw. Oh, I don't know.
The 1 foot went over the bag.
Got him on the back right there. But I believe his foot was already on the bag.
The first one was, and then it came off the bag, but there's just a one frame of time where he might have been.
Yeah.
And the Twins
yeah.
are going to take a look at it.
Why not?
Haven't used the challenge yet. They had a chance earlier in the ball game on the ground ball that Centeno hit in the 4th inning and opted not to use it. Of course, it's the 8th inning anyway.
Right. Let's take another look right there. Watch the foot hit the bag. When does Sano tag him in the back?
I don't see any time where the glove is on the runner and the runner isn't in contact with the base.
But even though the foot, he slid by the bag, he's still on the bag as he slides through the bag.
I don't think there's going to be enough to overturn the challenge or to overturn the call. Feet first slide, and here's a quick verdict, reasonably quick anyway. Safe. Gore has covered up Dyson's mistake with 2 stolen bases. He stands at third with 1 out. And the count 1-0 to Whit Merrifield.
And that has to bring the infield in to try to cut down the runner at home.
The call stands. And now Merrifield with the infield in has a 1-0 count. And now 2-0.
And Hosmer on deck.
Wade Davis warming up in the event the Royals get the lead. Squeeze play. Caught by Beresford. And he will run it all the way to third base. No, flip to Sano. A great play by James Beresford. And the squeeze play turns into a double play. Field, but I thought that was a heck of a play by James Beresford.
Yeah, it really was. A ball stayed up long enough for Beresford to come diving in and get the force out at third base of Gore to end the inning.
So in the inning, 2 stolen bases, but 2 botched bunts by the Royals, and Wade Davis will come in to pitch to the Twins in a tie game. And who would be leading off other than James Beresford?
Davis, you see his numbers, spent some time on a disabled list. Right flexor strain back in July, activated on September 2nd.
5th Kansas City reliever. Merrifield at third, Raul Mondesi Jr. now at second base. Beresford takes up and in. There's Mondesi in at second base. Beresford, Dozier, and Grossman. Squirted toward the hole. Escobar throws, and Beresford beats it out, and the ball rolls to the screen in front of the dugout. An infield hit to start the 9th.
Well, good play by Escobar trying to get that ball, but Beresford and his speed going to beat it out. So it'll lead off hitter on here in the top of the 9th inning.
And now Dozier. Merrifield in on the grass at third base. I don't think they're going to have Dozier bunt here. The guy's got 42 home runs. Checked his swing and took ball 1. No run batted in for Dozier yet tonight. He is 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored.
Yeah, Brian, 4 hits and 11 at bats against Wade Davis. One of the hits a double.
Chopper to third. A fair ball. And Beresford's forced at second. Dozier reaches on a fielder's choice, which may set up another stolen base attempt. 1 down. Grossman, the batter. Dozier stole second base in the 5th inning and then scored on Kepler's base hit. Grossman's had a good day at the plate, just 1 hit and 2 trips, but he's drawn 2 walks from the left side of the plate. Pitch is up, ball 1.
Yeah, Grossman 0 for 3 against Wade Davis.
Twins haven't been behind all game. Had a 2-0 lead, then a 3-2 lead. There goes Dozier. Pitch taken, and Perez from his knees throws a 1-hopper, and Escobar did a nice job knocking that ball down. Another errant throw by Perez.
I don't think too many times 3 stolen bases have been given up to the Royals with Perez behind the plate. But all his throws really haven't been over right at second base. That's the second one on the shortstop side. The first one was on the second base side.
Yeah, Dozier stealing 2, and that's not as surprising as Grossman getting 1. And now he's got a chance to score Dozier if he can get a hit to the outfield. Inside to Grossman, 2-1. In the dirt, Perez keeps it in front of him. Dozier had to stay at second. That's a heck of a block. That kicks to the side at all. One way or the other, Dozier goes to third.
Again, Perez very good at keeping that ball in front of him.
Such a big body. Three and one to Grossman. Kepler on deck. Grounded foul, 3-2.
Yeah, Davis really likes that little cut fastball he's come up with. Davis in his 4th season with the Royals, coming over from the Tampa Bay Rays.
3-2. On the outside corner, 2 down. And Grossman looks back at Mike Molinsky in disagreement.
Well, let's see what your Fox track says.
That's outside. That's outside. And Grossman's got a discerning eye. We see that a lot. But that pitch was not a strike. Now Dozier at second with 2 down, and Kepler, who drove in the 3rd run with a 5th inning single. Another one to Hosmer. Whoa! Snow cone as he scooped it. Dozier left at second, bottom of the 9th in a tie game, and it'll be Hosmer leading things off. Eric Hosmer will lead off the 9th inning. The Royals have owned the Twins. They've won 13 of 16 games, and there have been too many blowout games, but also been a handful of games like this where the Royals have gotten the big hits late. They'll try to do that against Taylor Rogers.
Well, Taylor Rogers has been pitching outstanding as of late over his last 4 appearances, covering 4 2/3 innings. No walks, 9 strikeouts.
Hosmer tried to end it right there. 1 strike.
High curveball right there by Taylor Rogers, making his 55th relief appearance. He's not allowed a hit over his last 4 appearances, and no walks.
Just missed the corner, 1-1.
fastball just missing down and away. Taylor, 25 years old in his rookie season. Done a good job out of that bullpen.
Tough assignment here, trying to cut through the middle of the Kansas City lineup, starting with Hosmer. Now it's 3-1. Rogers holding lefties to a 192 average, righties to a 283.
He hasn't given up a lot of walks, only 12 unintentional walks in 58 2/3 innings.
Hot ground ball, knocked down by Sano. He sets, fires, and got him, but the ground ball, got his bare hand.
I think he wants to take a bite out of that ball.
I will say this, he has an erratic arm, but he has the strongest arm I think I've ever seen at third base.
Well, that ball kind of short hop right there. Made sure he got up and set up to make a good throw. You can see his face in agony, but able to get something on that throw to get Hosmer at first base. That ball ate him up right there, that little hopper.
Literally knocked it down with the bare hand.
Nice play.
And now Morales. Sometimes you can see a finger get broken on a hot ground ball like that. Morales laces one to center field. Just kind of got the sense that Morales was going to get a hit there. We gave you Rogers' numbers, righty versus lefty, and Morales hitting almost 100 points better right-handed than left. Time now for What's Next, brought to you by CenturyLink. And remember, we do start earlier here in this series. It'll be Jason Vargas going for the Royals and Irvin Santana going for the Twins. And we will start with our pregame at 5:30. Billy Burns running for Morales.
Billy Burns, another speedster off that bench. But not as quick as Gore. I guess that's a good thing.
Got a left-hander on the mound. Presumably Rogers will be able to hold him at first. Perez, the batter. Chopper towards second. Perez doesn't run well. Twins get the lead runner. Throw to first, double play. A slowly hit ground ball, but the Twins still turn two, and we go to the 10th.
Fourth double play turned in this ball game for the Twins.
By Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. That's a pretty nice double play.
Yeah, it was. A little backhanded flip right there. Dozier to Escobar. They know who's running right there. You know, A lot of times in that situation, you might want to run at Burns, but that might get Perez an opportunity to get to first base. And that's a fourth double play the Twins have turned here in this ballgame. Brian Flynn coming in and out of the bullpen.
Reliever number 6.
4-6. That's what I was counting right there. Making his 35th relief appearance. 1 win, 2 losses. Very good ERA. Only 34 hits allowed in 52 innings, but 20 walks.
Miguel Sano is 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
Time for him to make good contact here. Well, made
bottle
contact.
rocket to right field. Mondesi backpedaling makes the catch. Sano gone on 1 pitch. And it'll bring up Logan Schaefer. Now, one thing that we have seen, and it's certainly not been the step forward for Sano that we thought he might take after last year. He's hit right-handers and left-handers the same. You know, you'd think he'd be a guy that would hit left-handers a lot better than he had. Buxton's kind of the same way. Here is Schaefer, 1 for 4 on the night. Strike 1.
Well, you look at Flynn. This guy is huge. 6'7", about 250 in his first season with the Royals. Last couple of years in the minor leagues, but pitched for the Marlins a little bit in 2013 and 14.
Schaefer bluffs a bunt, takes another strike, 0-2. Schaefer's only hit was against a left-handed reliever, and he takes a ball, and we showed you his splits. He doesn't have many at bats either way, but particularly left-handed. Schaefer with 7 hits in 34 at bats against a lefty. Excuse me. Schaefer 5 hits in 14 at bats. 2-2. Tigers beat the Indians 12-0, and they picked up a game on the Orioles in the wild card race. The Orioles losing tonight, and now 3-2 to Schaefer.
Yeah, that wild card race is going to come down to the end.
Well, the Mariners had a lead with Felix Hernandez on the mound, and now the Astros have 8 runs. Tigers aren't done yet. Again, they don't need to catch Toronto. Toronto beat Baltimore. Right. They need to catch Baltimore. And how about that? Flynn got ahead of Schaefer 0-2, and Schaefer ends up going to first with yet another walk. Twins took 2 walks in the 8th inning but couldn't score. Twins haven't scored since they got a 2-out walk in the 5th. A pair of them, in fact. Here is Escobar. Single and a run scored in the 2nd, and a long home run to right center field in the 4th. Since then, a fielder's choice and a walk.
I think Escobar looking fastball right there. It looked like Flynn turned something over like a little screwball.
Double play grounder. Escobar, Mondesi. Twins are done on the 10th. Bottom of the 10th coming up, tied at 3. Have a scoreless 10th inning. He'll face Gordon, Orlando, and Escobar. At least Gordon.
Yeah, Twins have a right-hander up in that bullpen, but Rogers only 7 pitches to get 3 outs in the bottom of the 9th.
He's the 6th reliever for the Twins, and Alex Gordon will lead things off. We might have a pitching change. Gordon hitless tonight. Outfield fly, comebacker to the mound, a strikeout. Check swing. Strike one, says Todd Tishner. And a breaking ball, and strike 2. As disappointing as this season has been for the Twins, Paul Molitor, I'm sure, looking for components to a better team next year, better pitching staff, and you can easily imagine Rogers fitting in. He's done very well against lefties. Breaking ball smothered by Centeno, 1-2.
He's got a good hard breaking ball, good fastball. Overall, not a lot of walks to innings pitched.
And he took a fastball down the middle of strike.
Gordon just looks confused right now, and well, Rogers was asked to get the out of Gordon as Paul Molitor's coming out, and we saw Michael Tonkin getting loose in the bullpen. So Gordon, after 3 curveballs, takes a fastball right there, and he knew it.
Rogers has had 80 at-bats against left-handers, and he's picked up 27 strikeouts and held them to a 190 batting average. So he checks out, and reliever number 7, enter and sign in, please. Relief pitchers who've come into the game than there are left to come into the game.
Well, at least there's room on the bench down there now. Michael Tonkin coming in. You know, he didn't pitch over the weekend against the Seattle Mariners. He did pitch twice against the Tigers, and they weren't very good outings. Gave up a total of 5 runs, all of them coming on home runs. Cabrera hit a 2-run home run, and Victor Martinez hit a 3-run home run off of him. And he's allowed 13 home runs out of that bullpen, a little bit on the high side, but making his 64th relief appearance here tonight.
A couple of right-handed batters, Paulo Orlando and Alcides Escobar will hit. Orlando single, he was hit by a pitch, scored a run, and hit a fly ball to center. And Tonka 94 down and away on the corner.
Michael basically fastball, hard slider, occasional changeup.
And now 1-1. swing and a miss, 1-2.
Tonkin has picked up strikeouts, 77 strikeouts in 69 2/3 innings.
1-2. 96 off the plate. Escobar on deck.
Good slider right there, gets a strikeout. So first two batters this inning for the Royals go down on strikes. Gordon taking strike 3.
You see why Tonkin is still an intriguing guy. The slider that breaks almost straight down. 2 down, and Escobar will bat. He's 0 for 3. 2 grounders to short. One of them turned into a double play and a strikeout. Down and away, ball 1. Strikeout number for Tonkin, as you saw, a good one. But the walks and home runs are up from where he would like them. 2-0.
Yeah, Michael, 26 years old. He's 6'7", kind of like Flynn, but about 30 pounds less.
There's a strike on the outside corner. Escobar flips his bat, now has some words with Mike Malinsky, who I'm sure is real thrilled to be out here in the 10th inning. And now 3-1. If Escobar reaches, Mondesi will hit. High fly, center field. And Buxton with the catch. Another 1-2-3 inning for the Twins bullpen. Extra innings, another one, presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Jorge Polanco will lead off the 11th instead of Juan Centeno, who's caught 10 innings here tonight. So it will be Polanco, then Buxton, and Beresford. Twins making their first bench move, but they'll end up making 2 of them here to bring in somebody to catch the bottom of the inning.
Yeah, Polanco 0 for 6 as a pinch hitter, but as a right-handed hitter, hitting .339. 19 hits and 56 at-bats.
Strike 1.
And Brian Flynn starting his second inning of relief.
I hope you've liked watching Polanco play this year, because the manager sure enjoys having him around. He said of all the inexperienced players he's managed this year, Polanco, as he quickly falls behind 0-2,
Good changeup right there,
has had the best approach and, my term, not his, best work ethic. Polanco, one of those guys who daily looks at video, does his homework before the game, before the team even puts the uniform on. Fouled back. So you get the sense that Polanco's spot on next year's team, because he's done well on the field and prepares himself properly, his spot on the team might be a little bit in better shape than some others. 2 strikes. Checked his swing, 1-2. And you can only, I think, on 1, maybe 2 hands, pick out at bats where it looks like he's a rookie. He just gives the Twins good at bats.
very quick hands, very quick wrists.
Buxton on deck. 2-2. Now where he would play next year is still up for debate. He's done a nice job at short. Not a great job, a nice job, given the fact he hasn't played there at all this year. 2-2. And now 3-2. Royals in the no doubles defense, and in the infield that means the third baseman Merrifield is about 3 feet off the line.
Well, Flynn walked Schaefer last inning.
Struck him out on a high fastball.
And Flynn picking up his first strikeout. Well, Polanco being aggressive, going after a pitch about letter high.
That'll bring up Buxton. He, like Sano, has struck out 3 times tonight. Tried to beat out a bunt and failed, so he's 0 for 4. Inside, ball 1. The bunt came in the 5th inning with the Royals infield shifted. 3 infielders on the left side, and the idea was a good one. And it's changed how the Royals defend him here. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Now they're playing him conventionally in the infield. Kenny Vargas on deck. He is apparently going to hit for James Beresford. Check to swing, 2-1. First base umpire is Ramon De Jesus. The bunt pulled the bat back, now 3-1. He noticed that Merrifield was playing back about halfway on the infield dirt. Three and 1 to Buxton. And ball 4, he'll take a walk. We'll see if the Twins play Buxton at first base as aggressively as they have Dozier. Buxton runs faster, but Dozier has more base stealing savvy, but they've stolen 3 bases tonight on Salvador Perez. And now instead of Vargas, it'll be Suzuki hitting for Beresford. So might be that Suzuki will stay in and catch then.
Right.
And Ned Yost will come out to the mound here, and he's going to bring in a right-handed reliever with Buxton at first. Make you think that if Flynn was good at holding runners on, they might have left him in there, but a pitching change is made.
We got a couple righties now in Suzuki,
right,
and then Dozier.
Brooks Pounders will be relief pitcher number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for Kansas City. For the Royals, he'll pitch to Kurt Suzuki with Byron Buxton at first.
Well, Pounders has been pounded out of that bullpen so far, making his 10th relief appearance. He's given up 18 hits, 13 runs in 19 2/3 innings, 11 strikeouts, 3 walks. He's given up 6 home runs already.
Suzuki will bat. We'll see what, if anything, the Twins do with Buxton. He's at first with 1 out.
And Suzuki's done a good job off of that bench as a pinch hitter, 2 for 6 with a home run.
I don't believe the Twins have had 3 steals against Perez in any year. Really, I mean, 3 stolen bases in any year against Perez, and they have 3 against him tonight. Buxton with a good lead. Slide step and a pitch fouled off the end of the bat, strike 1. Might have gotten the home plate umpire Mike Malinsky.
Yeah, Pounders with a fastball, low 90s, a slider, and a changeup. 3 different stints this year with the Royals, recalled in late August on the 31st.
One strike to Suzuki. Another quick delivery to the plate, and Perez keeps it right around his feet. You know, it's one thing to block a pitch, but it's another to just keep it within 5 feet. And there's no runner, even Buxton with his great speed, he can't advance on this.
Well, look where this ball lands, you know, to the left of the plate, has a lot of spin on it, but able to knock it down.
You see how close Perez was to kicking that towards his own dugout. 1-1. Chopped foul, 1-2. Haven't tried to budge Buxton from first base. Pounders, as you've seen, pretty quick home. Doesn't lift that left leg up high at all.
Yeah, a little bit of that slide step. But Buxton 10 stolen bases in 12 attempts. And a throw over to keep him honest.
Dozier hoping for a chance. Popped up short right field.
That's
Orlando coming in. He makes the catch. 2 away.
Boy, I thought that was trouble, but then you realize who's out there. Orlando, and his speed caught up to that quickly. Looked like it's going to be a little flare in the right field. Ball maybe stayed up a little bit too long to allow Orlando to catch up to it.
And now Dozier. What do you do here? Buxton, a candidate to steal a base, but Dozier, of course, with the 42 home runs, he also has 35 doubles and 5 triples. So 82 extra base hits. See if the Twins send Buxton with 2 down. Low throw dug out by Hosmer, and any throw that gets by a first baseman might have sent Buxton to third base.
Pounders doesn't want that ball. It's got a scuff on it. Unbelievable. That ball went into the dirt. Why would you? He looked at it like, oh, I can't make this thing move. Somebody's got to talk to him.
Outside, ball 1. And this could be just a classic example of a young, inexperienced pitcher on the mound. Very speedy runner at first. Maybe we haven't seen enough of him. Maybe he's trying to alter his delivery here a little bit. And he delivers a strike right down the middle to Dozier.
Yeah, surprised Brian didn't hack at that one right there. Pounder's a big man, 6'5", about 265.
Looked like Perez was surprised to catch it. Fastball right down the middle. Outside, 2-1.
Slider missing. Pounders has not been on the varsity mound since September 15th when he surrendered a 3-run home run in the 8th inning. This would only be a 2-run home run.
Popped up short right. Hanging in there for the second baseman Mondesi. And the Twins leave Buxton aboard in the top of the 11th. No, I'm dating myself. Wasn't it What's My Line, the game show, where they said enter and sign in, please?
Well, this will be Tommy Malone.
I tried to the 8th reliever to be used by the Twins tonight.
Tommy did some starting, but he's done a good job out of that bullpen.
He'll face Raul Mondesi Jr. and then Gerard Dyson Whit Merrifield. Kurt Suzuki stays in the game. He'll catch. And Kenny Vargas taking over at first base. First pitch lifted foul over the Kansas City dugout. So the Twins wanted to go contact with Suzuki hitting in the 11th inning rather than Vargas. And then Suzuki hit a fly out. Vargas enters the game anyway. That's on the outside corner, 0-2. So the Twins have left on their bench Joe Mauer and John Ryan Murphy. 0-2 to Mondesi. In the dirt. Mondesi hasn't hit much. He's a switch hitter, and the Royals have a job opening at second base, but he hasn't played well enough to secure that for sure for next year.
Yeah, switch hitting infielder as a right-handed hitter, hitting just 154, 204 from the left side.
And 132 at bats and 47 strikeouts. One every 3 at bats roughly. Dyson on deck. And Malone runs the count to 2-2. Now 3-2. Mondesi, another rabbit. He can steal bases if he gets aboard.
I have to make him swing the bat right here. Tommy Malone's last outing came on Friday. Gave up a home run, a 2-run home run to Nelson Cruz.
Oh my goodness.
Walks him.
Had him 0-2 and walked him on the next 4. So now you open up another bunting opportunity for the Royals. Dyson, who failed his bunt attempt in the 8th inning. After a leadoff single, Gore entered the game as a pinch runner. He stole second. Then Dyson failed to bunt and ended up striking out. Gore stole third base, and Merrifield tried to squeeze him home and instead popped up into a double play. Strike one.
Yeah, Dyson has 7 sacrifices on the year, but it seems like he waits till the last second to look like he's going to bunt.
Which, of course, makes no sense because there's no element of surprise here. Sano just 60 feet from home plate. And now a delayed steal. And Mondesi swipes second. Royals have done that with great success over the years. And a delayed steal. And Mondesi's already in scoring position.
They kind of hung around and then took off. Suzuki's throw on the shortstop side. So Mondesi steals a base, his 9th.
And that's why you just can't walk him, because now he's there at second. It's a 1-1 count to Dyson. He'll try to put the ball on the ground for Sano to field.
See if he tries to bunt again. He does.
And Sano will field it.
Good bunt.
But now Mondesi, who just stood there and took 4 straight with an 0-2 count, is at third base. Twins have to bring the infield and the outfield in for Merrifield. Royals with the 3rd try get the bunt down. And Mondesi fleet-footed. Schaefer's trying to get everyone's attention here. And he's trying to direct traffic out in the outfield.
Well, remember, Merrifield in his last at-bat tried to squeeze in the 8th inning and popped it up.
Low, ball 1. With Hosmer on deck.
Well, Malone making his 7th relief appearance. Made 12 starts for the Twins. Tommy really trying to keep that ball down in case Merrifield did swing. He beat it into the ground, but now they're going to go ahead and intentionally walk him. That brings up Hosmer.
So an intentional walk, and course, what, 2/3 of those, when you get to the end of the season, 2/3 of those weren't really intentional walks. They were counts that got lopsided, and then an intentional walk was completed. And that's the case here. Hosmer will face Malone. Now you've got decision time here if you're an infielder as to what to do. Winning runs at third. And you have to very quickly gauge the speed of the ground ball if it's hit at you.
Yeah, these guys
they're going to walk Hosmer too.
They're going to go ahead and walk him. Hosmer, I was going to say, 6 hits and 26 at bats, but
you've just seen Malone throw 4 straight ones out of the strike zone to light hitting Mondesi, and now you're filling the bases in the hopes that he'll throw strikes to Burns.
Remember, Morales was pinch run by Burns in the 9th inning.
So this a true intentional walk with second base open. And the Royals have the bases full with 1 out, and Burns will bat. Burns with the Royals, 8 hits, 32 at bats.
Burns a switch hitter.
Had over 300 at bats on the year, most of those with the A's.
They have good speed at third base.
Ball 1.
Malone and Burns were teammates in Oakland in 2014.
Brian Dozier finally got Max Kepler's attention, bringing him in about 5 steps. Fouled away, 1-1.
Strikes in 19 pitches, but the intentional walk included in that.
Buxton has to backpedal. Here's the throw offline, and the Royals win. A leadoff walk to Raul Mondesi, and it was the beginning of the end in 11 innings.
Well, for the Twins, the misery continues. Their 101st loss. This one took 11 innings.
And to give up a run in the 11th without the Royals even getting a hit.
And Tommy Malone get the loss. Burns just slapping the ball to straightaway center. And Buxton, who was playing shallow, had to backpedal, so really no throw home. The Royals have won now 14 of the 17 games between the Twins and Royals.
And Anthony, the Twins had a 2-0 lead, then a 3-2 lead, but again didn't score after the 5th inning, and it cost them here in Kansas City.